Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really told anyone about this before. I'm not even sure why I'm typing it out now, except that I need someone to know. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not going crazy. I've always had trouble sleeping. Ever since I was a kid, I'd toss and turn for hours before finally drifting off. And when I did sleep, my dreams were always incredibly vivid, like I was actually there, experiencing everything in real time. My parents just thought I had an overactive imagination. They didn't understand how real everything felt. The first time I actively noticed something was off. In my dreams, I was 11 years old. I remember it so clearly even now. I was dreaming about being in the woods near my childhood home, flipping over rocks and logs to look for bugs. I used to do that in real life too. I was obsessed with collecting beetles and worms in little jars. My mum hated it. Anyway, in this dream, I was doing my usual thing when suddenly the air felt different. You know that feeling when someone is watching you? That prickle on the back of your neck? It was like that, but 10 times stronger. I froze with my hands still on a half-rotted log and just listened. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects buzzing, nothing. And then I saw movement from the corner of my eye. It wasn't much, just these long, fleshy strands of something gliding between the trees about 20 feet away. Whatever it was tall. Really tall. I could see the leaves on the trees moving as it passed underneath them. It disappeared so quickly I couldn't make out what it was, but I knew it had been watching me. I woke up with my heart racing, but I wrote it off as just a weird dream. Kids have weird dreams all the time, right? But then things started to change when I turned 15. That's when the sleep paralysis began. If you've never experienced sleep paralysis, count yourself lucky. It's like being trapped between sleep and wakefulness. Your mind is awake, but your body is still in sleep mode. You can't move, you can't speak. All you can do is lie there, completely helpless, while your mind conjures up the most terrifying things imaginable. For me, it always started the same way. I'd wake up in my bed, unable to move anything except my eyes. Then the shadows in my room would begin to shift and move, gathering substance until they were darker than the darkness around them. And then the fingers. God, those fingers. They would always appear at the very edge of my vision, impossibly long, spindly things that were definitely not human. I could see them creeping in from both sides of my face, moving slowly, deliberately, like they were savoring my fear. They would keep coming, closing in until they filled my entire field of vision. Then they'd suddenly accelerate, rushing toward my face so fast that I'd jolt awake for real, gasping for breath, my sheets soaked with sweat. Sometimes I'd scream so loud my parents would come running. They took me to doctors, of course, sleep specialists, psychologists, even a neurologist. They all had different theories: stress, anxiety, brain chemistry. The medications they prescribed either did nothing or made me feel like a zombie. Nothing stopped the dreams or the sleep paralysis. Then the lake dream started. I had this one recurring nightmare that was so vivid, so consistent, that I began to dread going to sleep at all. In the dream, I'd find myself standing at the edge of a lake in the middle of the woods. There was this long, narrow wooden deck, stretching out over the water. The kind you might jump off of to swim, except this one seemed to go on forever into the mist, hanging over the lake. But the real terror was what I felt lurking in the woods behind me. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there, moving between the trees, watching me, testing me. It was playing with me like a cat with a mouse. Sometimes I'd stand frozen in place, hoping it would lose interest if I didn't run. Other times, I'd try to casually walk toward the deck, pretending I hadn't noticed it. But no matter what I did, eventually those fingers would creep around the trunk of a tree, those same impossible fingers from my sleep paralysis, and I'd panic. I'd run toward the deck, toward the lake, toward anywhere that wasn't those fingers. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the underbrush, breaking branches, moving fast, too fast. The sound it made wasn't human. It wasn't animal either. It was something else. Sometimes I'd make it to the deck and run out over the water. Sometimes I'd dive into the lake itself. Once I even tried to stand my ground and face it. Nothing worked. It always caught me in the end, and I'd wake up in pure panic, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. This went on for months, night after night, the same dream, the same chase, the same terror. I started staying up as long as possible, drinking energy drinks, anything to avoid sleeping. My grades tanked. My parents were at their wits' end. Then one night, everything changed. The dream started the same way. The lake, the deck, the feeling of being watched. But something felt different this time. The air was heavier, charged somehow. When I sensed movement in the trees, I didn't run. I don't know why. Maybe I was just tired of running. Maybe some part of me knew this time would be different. That's when it stepped fully into view, and I finally saw the entity that had been haunting my dreams for years. It was... I don't even have words to properly describe it. Its fingers were as long as my legs, unnaturally jointed, and they moved with a fluid grace that was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Its body and head seemed fused together, with no clear neck separating them. It walked on two legs that reminded me of a wolf or horse, but with feet that were almost human, just wrong. Too long, 1/2 meter at least, splaying out at the ends like it was perpetually trying to grip the earth, but it was the face that really got me. It had this enormous mouth that stretched across what I guess was its face, and a protruding feature, like a snout, but not quite. And the eyes, they were completely black, no whites, no pupils, just endless darkness. But they weren't filled with malice like I'd expected. Instead, they seemed full of wonder, curiosity, almost like a child discovering something new. We just looked at each other for what felt like forever. It didn't try to chase me. I didn't try to run. There was this moment of recognition between us. Then, slowly, deliberately, it turned and walked back into the woods, those long fingers trailing behind it, catching the moonlight. I woke up feeling different, not terrified for once, but confused, changed somehow. That was 3 years ago. Since then, the entity has appeared in every single dream I've had. Not as the main feature anymore, not chasing me, just there. Sometimes it's just watching from a distance. Sometimes it's just a glimpse of those fingers disappearing around a corner. It's always somewhere in the background of my dreamscape, like it's keeping an eye on me. The strangest part came about 6 months after that night by the lake. I was dreaming that I was on a train, an old-fashioned one with private compartments and a corridor running alongside. I was sitting alone when there was a knock at the door. It was the conductor asking for my ticket. Except when he knelt down to check my ticket, I saw his eyes, those same black, endless eyes from the forest creature. The conductor smiled at me, and though his face was human, I knew immediately who or what it was. "You've been afraid for so long," he said to me. His voice was gentle, nothing like what I would have imagined from the creature in the woods. But fear is a choice, you know. You can choose differently. We talked for what seemed like hours as the train rumbled through an endless night. He knew things about me, my insecurities, my doubts, my secret hopes, things I'd never told anyone. It wasn't threatening or invasive. It felt more like, I don't know, like talking to an old friend who just gets you. Before I woke up, he put his hand on my shoulder, a normal human hand this time, and said, "Remember what I had learned you. Don't be ruled by fear." That phrase has stuck with me. The grammar is odd. What I had learned you instead of what I had taught you, but somehow it feels significant, like there's meaning there I haven't figured out yet. I still see the entity in my dreams regularly. I still don't know what it is, a figment of my imagination, some manifestation of my subconscious, or maybe something more, something real in a way I don't understand. The sleep paralysis has stopped completely, the nightmares too. My dreams are still vivid, but they're not terrifying anymore. Sometimes I even look forward to sleeping, to seeing what shape the entity will take tonight, what part of my dreamscape it will occupy. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who's experienced this. Is there anyone else out there who's been visited by something similar? Something that started as your worst nightmare, but somehow transformed into something else entirely? I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story a few years ago, I'd have thought they were making it up or needed serious psychological help. Maybe I do. Maybe this is all just some elaborate coping mechanism my brain created to deal with night terrors. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels real. More real than anything else sometimes. And on the nights when I see those long fingers waving at me from the shadows of my dreams, I don't run anymore. I wave back. Story 2. I've been an electrician for almost 15 years now in Guysborough, Nova Scotia. It's not the career my dad wanted for me. Being the son of a lobster fisherman meant I was supposed to follow in his footsteps. But ever since I was a kid, boats made me sick. The constant rocking, the smell of fish guts and diesel, I just couldn't stomach it. So I went into the electrical trade instead. Got my certification, worked for a bigger company in Halifax for a few years, then moved back home and started my own business. Last October, I got a call from the municipality office about a government-funded renovation job for an elderly woman in Cook's Cove, about 20 minutes outside town. Mrs. Diana Sharp had qualified for one of those home improvement grants for seniors, and my name was on their contractor list. The voice on the phone mentioned the house needed a complete electrical overhaul. Knob and tube wiring, no grounding, ancient fuse box, the works. Sounded like decent money, so I took down the address and headed out the next morning. Cook's Cove is one of those places that feels like it's stuck in time. The road winds along the coastline with nothing but pine trees and the occasional mailbox to break up the scenery. I almost missed Mrs. Sharp's driveway, just a dirt path cutting through tall grass with no real markers. As I pulled up, I got my first look at the house, and honestly I had to double-check the address. It was a 2-story wooden structure that looked like it was barely standing. The white paint had long ago surrendered to the coastal weather, peeling away to reveal grey, weathered boards underneath. The roof sagged in the middle like it was carrying some invisible weight. A few windows were boarded up, and the porch steps looked about 1 footstep away from collapse. I sat in my truck for a minute, questioning whether the place was even safe to enter, let alone worth rewiring. But work had been slow lately, and I needed the money, so I grabbed my toolbox and made my way to the front door. Before I even knocked, the door creaked open just enough for me to see a single eye peering through the crack. It was so unexpected that I actually took a step back. "Who are you?" came a woman's voice, sharp and suspicious. I cleared my throat. I'm the electrician, from the municipality, about the rewiring job." The door swung open wider, and standing there was a tiny woman who couldn't have been taller than 5 feet. She must have been in her 80s, with wispy white hair pulled back in a bun, and these intense little eyes that seemed to be taking in everything about me at once. Her face was a map of wrinkles, but there was something about her that felt alert. Too alert. "About time they sent someone," she said, her entire demeanor changing from suspicious to welcoming in an instant. Come in, mind the step, it's loose." I introduced myself as I stepped into the house, and the smell hit me immediately, that distinct musty odor of a place that's been lived in for decades without proper ventilation. But underneath that was something else. fresh bread and cinnamon. It was such a stark contrast that it threw me off for a second. "I'm Diana," she said, moving surprisingly quickly for someone her age. "Diana Sharp. Been waiting on you folks to come by. They approved the work 3 months ago, you know." I apologized for the delay, explaining the backlog of government projects, while my eyes adjusted to the dim interior. The front hallway opened up to a living room with furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. Everything was covered in doilies and faded floral patterns. "Just put your things down anywhere," she said, shuffling toward what I assumed was the kitchen. "I'll put the kettle on. Can't discuss business without a proper cup of tea." I wasn't much of a tea drinker, but I didn't want to be rude. While she busied herself in the kitchen, I took the opportunity to look around. The house was cluttered, but surprisingly clean for its age. Picture frames covered almost every surface, mostly black and white photos of people with serious expressions. Family, I guessed. Mrs. Sharp, Diana, called me into the kitchen, where an ancient kettle was starting to whistle on a stove that had to be from the 50s. She gestured for me to sit at a small wooden table while she prepared 2 cups. "I should probably take a look at the electrical situation first," I suggested, feeling uncomfortable just sitting there. "Plenty of time for that," she insisted. "Let me show you around first so you know what you're dealing with." She gave me a tour of the first floor while the tea steeped. The layout was simple. Kitchen at the back of the house, dining room, living room, and what she called a smoking room that smelled heavily of old cigarettes, and had a single armchair facing the window. The whole place was a time capsule. Nothing seemed to have been updated since the 70s at the latest. "My husband used to sit in there every evening watching the waves," she explained, pointing to the smoking room. "He'd have his pipe, and I'd know not to disturb him when that door was closed." She spoke about him in the past tense, so I assumed he had passed away. I nodded sympathetically and followed her up a narrow staircase to the 2nd floor. The steps creaked under our weight, and I made a mental note to check if they were structurally sound before bringing heavy tools up. The upstairs had 4 bedrooms and a single bathroom with a clawfoot tub that had seen better days. Everything was meticulously preserved, as if waiting for someone to return. "These were the children's rooms," she said, opening doors to reveal perfectly made beds and childhood possessions, arranged with museum-like precision. "They all left when they turned 18, never came back, not even to visit." There was something in her voice. Not quite sadness, more like resignation. I didn't press for details. Everyone in these coastal towns had their family stories, and not all of them had happy endings. Back in the kitchen, she finally poured the tea, which had turned almost black from oversteeping. I took a polite sip and tried not to wince at the bitterness. "Now," I said, pulling out my notebook, "I should take a look at your electrical panel and get an idea of what needs to be done." Diana nodded absently, her eyes fixed on something behind me. "It's in the basement," she said. "I don't go down there much these days. My knees, you know." I turned to look for a basement door but didn't see one. She must have noticed my confusion because she pointed to what I had assumed was just a section of wallpaper near the refrigerator. Looking closer, I could see the faint outline of a door, nearly invisible against the yellow floral pattern. "It's right there," she said. "Just pull on that iron latch." I approached what was now obviously a door and found a small metal handle almost flush with the wall. It took some effort, but the door finally gave way with a groan of aged hinges. Behind it was darkness and a set of wooden stairs descending into what looked like a pit. "There's a pull string for the light at the bottom of the stairs," Diana said, remaining seated at the table. "Mind your head, the ceiling's low." I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight before carefully making my way down. The stairs felt solid enough, but they were steep and narrow. The basement smell hit me hard, damp earth and mildew with an undertone of something else I couldn't quite place, something organic and unpleasant. At the bottom, I found the string she'd mentioned and pulled it. A single bulb flickered to life, barely illuminating the space. The basement was mostly dirt floor, with just a small concrete pad at the base of the stairs. The ceiling was low enough that I had to stoop, and thick wooden beams crisscrossed overhead, draped with cobwebs. The electrical panel was mounted on the only finished wall, right beside the stairs, an ancient fuse box that probably dated back to the 40s. I snapped a few pictures with my phone and made some notes. This was going to be a complete tear-out and rebuild job. I'd need to install a new service entrance, panel, run all new wiring through the house, add proper grounding, basically start from scratch. It would take at least 2 weeks, maybe more. After examining the panel and checking a few other things in the basement, I headed back upstairs, ducking my head to avoid the low ceiling. Diana was still at the table, her tea untouched. "You've got a serious electrical situation here," I told her, closing the basement door behind me. "The wiring in this house isn't just outdated, it's dangerous. I'm surprised you haven't had a fire." She nodded as if this was exactly what she expected to hear. The government man said as much when he came for the inspection. That's why they approved the grant. I sat back down at the table and started explaining what would need to be done, the approximate timeline, and how it would impact her daily routine. As I spoke, I noticed her attention drift to something over my shoulder again. This time, I followed her gaze. There was a man standing in the corner of the kitchen. I nearly jumped out of my chair. He hadn't been there moments before. I would have noticed. He was tall and gaunt, wearing ratty clothing that might have once been a fisherman's outfit. He had a long, matted beard and a traditional fisherman's cap pulled low over his eyes. His rubber boots seemed to bulge past his legs in an unnatural way, and his whole body, it was dripping, literally dripping wet, as if he'd just been pulled from the ocean. I stared at him, waiting for him to say something, to move, to acknowledge us in any way. But he just stood there, water pooling at his feet on the linoleum floor. Before I could say anything, Diana's hand shot out and grabbed my chin, yanking my gaze away from the figure with surprising strength for someone her size. "Don't stare," she hissed, her fingers digging into my skin. "Don't meet his eyes." I was too shocked to resist. When she released me, I looked back to the corner, but the man was gone. No puddle, no wet footprints, nothing to indicate he'd been there at all. "What the—" I started, but Diana cut me off. "That's just Matthias," she said with a sigh, as if explaining away a minor household inconvenience. "My good-for-nothing husband. Don't mind him. He's harmless as long as you don't meet his eyes." My mind was racing. Had I imagined it? Was I losing it? Or was this elderly woman casually explaining away what appeared to be a ghost in her kitchen? "Your husband?" I managed to ask, my voice cracking slightly. But I thought... "He was lost at sea," she said matter-of-factly, taking a sip of her cold tea. 20 years ago now. His ship washed ashore all damaged, but no bodies were ever found. Not a single soul aboard. I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me wanted to grab my tools and run, but professional pride and curiosity kept me rooted to my chair. "A year after they declared him dead, he showed up at the door like that," she continued, as if telling me about a normal family member, all wet and silent. "He walked right past me, went upstairs and was gone. Been appearing ever since, but only when we have guests. I think he's curious about who's in his house." My mouth felt dry. "And what happens if I look into his eyes?" Diana took another long sip from her cup, set it down carefully, let out a weary sigh, and said without missing a beat, "You'll drown where you stand." I felt a chill run through my entire body. The matter-of-fact way she said it made it worse somehow, like she was telling me not to touch a hot stove or warning me about a loose step. That's when I heard it, a slow, rhythmic dripping coming from behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My eyes were fixed on Diana's face, searching for any sign that this was some kind of sick joke. The dripping got louder, closer. I felt something cold and wet touch the back of my neck. Story 3. I need to get this off my chest because I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to us. I've been doing casual ghost hunting stuff for my YouTube channel for a while now, nothing super serious. I usually just explore abandoned buildings with some basic equipment, a spirit box, EMF meter, and sometimes I do the Estes method with friends. It was all fun and games until a few months ago when I decided to get more serious about it. For Christmas, I got some new equipment, a REM pod, cat balls, those little light-up balls that spirits can supposedly roll around, dowsing rods, and a pendulum. I was excited to try everything out and see if I could capture better evidence for my channel. Back in October, my friend and I had this brilliant idea to investigate our school. Most people don't realize how creepy schools get when nobody's around. My friend knows a lot about conducting seances and spiritual work, way more than me. So they suggested doing a seance in a location of their choice within the school. During that first seance, things got weird pretty quickly. We made contact with several entities who called themselves the Looking Man, the Batman, Steve, Rachel, and a few others. At first, it seemed like typical spirit box stuff. Names, fragmented sentences, the usual. But then the communication got really specific. These entities, particularly the Looking Man, said they wanted my friend to go to the football field alone. They said something about wrapping him as a gift for Satan. That freaked us both out enough to end the session. We packed up our equipment and left, but the whole thing kept bothering me. What the hell did they mean by wrapping him as a gift for Satan? I tried to convince myself it was just random words coming through the spirit box, but it felt too deliberate, too specific. 2 weeks later, we decided to go back. I know that sounds stupid, but we were curious. And honestly, part of me thought maybe we'd imagined how creepy the first session had been. Plus, I needed content for my channel, and people love the spooky stuff. This time, we had special access to the school tunnels, these old maintenance corridors that run beneath the building that most students don't even know exist. We started down there, using our equipment to try and get responses. The tunnels were cold and damp, with pipes running along the ceiling and this constant mechanical hum from somewhere deeper in the system. Our flashlights cast these long shadows that seemed to move on their own sometimes. But we weren't getting much activity on our devices. After about an hour in the tunnels with minimal results, we decided to move upstairs to the main building. The school halls were dark, with just the exit signs giving off this eerie red glow. Our footsteps echoed way too loudly against the lockers. We tried a few classrooms, but still weren't getting much action on our equipment. That's when my friend suggested we try a trigger event, basically saying things to provoke the spirits into responding. I wasn't totally comfortable with it, but I agreed. We started asking more direct questions, things like, "Are you the same entities we spoke to before?" And, "Why do you want us at the football field?" The change was immediate. The spirit box started going crazy, spitting out words faster than we could process them. The EMF meter was lighting up like a Christmas tree, and the REM pod kept triggering without anything visible near it. Then the cat balls started rolling across the floor of the classroom we were in. Not just small movements, but rolling in perfect circles around us. That's when the pain started. It hit me suddenly, this intense pressure in my chest like someone was punching me in the ribs from the inside. At first I thought maybe I was having a panic attack or something, but this was different. It was like clockwork. Every minute or so, another crushing sensation would hit me, making it hard to breathe. I'm only 17 and have never had any medical issues, so this came out of nowhere. I tried to push through it at first, not wanting to end the investigation, but after about 20 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. The pain was getting unbearable. I told my friend we needed to move to a different room, thinking maybe there was something in that specific classroom causing it. We moved to the art room down the hall, but the pain followed me. If anything, it got worse. And that's when the spirit communication took a dark turn. The responses through our equipment became increasingly violent and threatening. Through the spirit box, we heard what sounded like one entity apologizing to us, while others kept talking about something being in power now. They repeatedly mentioned trying to bring us back to the field for Satan. My friend looked as freaked out as I felt. We decided to take a break, get out of the school, and regroup. We sat in my car for almost 2 hours, debating whether to call it a night. The pain in my chest had finally subsided once we left the building, which only confirmed for me that something in there had caused it. Something that didn't want us there. Or rather, something that wanted us somewhere else. Against all better judgment, we decided to continue our investigation, but at a different location. We headed to a nearby cemetery, thinking it would be safer somehow. My friend suggested doing another séance there, hoping to get some clarity on what had happened at the school. The cemetery was dead quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the distant road. We set up our equipment and began the séance as the sun was setting. Almost immediately we made contact with the looking man again. He seemed eager to communicate, insisting he wanted into our circle. We had established a one-entity rule for safety, but somehow multiple entities started coming through, all claiming to work under the looking man's instructions. They kept talking about preparations and the process, without explaining what they meant. All of us, because we'd invited 2 more friends to join us at the cemetery, started experiencing this weird pain in our lower backs, like someone was pressing their knee into us, and there was this general feeling of being off, like when you have a fever and reality seems slightly tilted. By this point, it was fully dark, and the cemetery had taken on this oppressive feeling. The air felt heavier, and sounds seemed muffled. I kept seeing movement in my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned to look, nothing would be there. We ended the cemetery séance when one of our friends started feeling sick. As we packed up, my friend, the one who knows about séances, suggested we do one final session at the football field. I was against it, but they argued that we needed to understand what was happening, that running away would only make things worse. So we went back to the school and made our way to the football field. It was completely dark by then, maybe around 10 at night. The field was this vast open space surrounded by empty bleachers that seemed to be watching us. The goalposts cast these long shadows across the field in the moonlight. We set up near the 50-yard line and began our final séance of the night, opening ourselves to anything that wanted to communicate. The response was immediate and terrifying. Through the spirit box came threats and insults, some directed at specific people in our group, mentioning personal details none of us had shared publicly. The temperature dropped drastically. We could see our breath even though it wasn't that cold a night. Then it happened. One of the girls with us, someone who had been skeptical the whole time, suddenly started screaming in pain. She doubled over, clutching at her stomach, then turned and vomited all over the grass. When we rushed to help her, we saw scratches appearing on her back, right through her shirt. 3 long marks that weren't deep, but were definitely real, and definitely weren't there before. At the same moment, all of us felt this massive shift in the air around us, like a pressure wave passing through. It felt like something huge had just arrived or awakened. The spirit box went silent, then emitted this low, rumbling sound that didn't sound like radio frequencies at all. Our EMF meters maxed out, and the REM pod lit up entirely without anything near it. We didn't even pack up properly. We just grabbed what we could and ran, half carrying our friend who was still in pain. As we reached the edge of the field, all of our equipment died simultaneously. Batteries that had been full just drained completely. I haven't been able to bring myself to go back to school at night since then. During the day, the football field looks normal, just an ordinary high school field. But sometimes, when I walk past it between classes, I feel like something's watching me from the bleachers, and occasionally I'll get that same chest pain for just a second, like something reminding me it's still there. I don't know what entity haunts our school football field. I don't know what it wanted with us or why it seemed so fixated on my friend. All I know is that whatever it is, it's not friendly, and it's not just passing through. It feels like it's been there a long time, waiting for people like us to take an interest, and now that we have, I don't think it's going to forget about us anytime soon. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family, because it still gives me this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm 27 now, but even after all these years, I still get chills thinking about what happened when I was 10. My best friend S and I were inseparable that summer. We lived in one of those cookie-cutter suburbs where all the houses looked mostly the same, different colors but identical layouts. You know the type, where kids would roam freely on bikes and parents wouldn't worry as long as we were home before the streetlights came on. About 4 houses down from mine, there was this one house that stuck out. Not because it looked different, it didn't, but because it was always dark. No cars in the driveway, no people coming or going. The grass was cut regularly, but we never saw who did it. It was just empty, or so we thought. It started as just another boring summer day. S had come over, and we'd already exhausted all our usual activities, video games, basketball in the driveway, watching TV. We were sprawled on my front lawn, complaining about the heat when S sat up suddenly. "Hey, want to explore that empty house down the street?" I propped myself up on my elbows and squinted in the direction he was pointing. "The dark one? I don't know. We might get in trouble." "We're not going inside, stupid," S said, rolling his eyes. "Just look around, maybe peek in some windows. My mom said no one's lived there for ages." I shrugged, and just like that, we had our afternoon adventure. As we got closer to the house, I started feeling weird. It wasn't fear exactly, just this sense that something was off. The house was a pale blue with white trim, and unlike the other homes on our street, the curtains were all drawn. The front yard was neat but plain. No flowers, no decorations, just grass. We circled around trying to be casual like we were just passing by. That's when we spotted them. On the second floor, in what was probably a bedroom window, there were 2 dolls propped up against the glass, looking down at the street. They weren't modern dolls like the ones my little sister played with. They were old-fashioned porcelain dolls with those creepy glass eyes that seemed to follow you. "Holy crap," S whispered. "Are those looking at us?" I swallowed hard. "They're just dolls. Someone probably left them when they moved out." But even as I said it, I felt goosebumps rising on my arms despite the summer heat. The dolls were positioned perfectly, sitting side by side, facing outward, like they were watching the neighborhood. Watching us. "Let's call it the creepy dollhouse," S declared with the kind of excitement only a 10-year-old boy could muster for something unsettling. And just like that, we had our own local haunted house. Over the next few days, the creepy dollhouse became our obsession. We'd ride our bikes past it, daring each other to go closer. We made up stories about who might have lived there, each tale more gruesome than the last. We convinced ourselves the dolls changed positions slightly each day, though looking back, that was probably just our imagination working overtime. About 3 days after discovering the dolls, S came up with a new idea. "Let's play ding-dong ditch," he said with a mischievous grin. I felt my stomach tighten. But what if someone actually answers? "No one will," S insisted. "It's empty, remember? It'll be hilarious." I wasn't so sure it would be hilarious, but I didn't want S to think I was scared. So we found ourselves creeping up to the front door of the creepy dollhouse in the middle of the afternoon. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure someone would hear it. S reached out, pressed the doorbell hard, and we both took off running, diving behind a neighbor's hedge about 2 houses down. We were breathing hard, half from running and half from the nervous excitement. Nothing happened. The door remained closed. "See, told you," S said, already bored with the outcome. "Let's do it again tomorrow." And we did. For 3 more days we rang the doorbell and ran, giggling like the kids we were. Nothing ever happened. No one ever answered. The dolls remained in the upstairs window, silent sentinels with their dead glass eyes. Then came that Saturday, the day everything changed. It was particularly hot, the kind of day where the air feels thick and your clothes stick to your skin within minutes of being outside. S and I had been playing video games all morning, but by early afternoon we were restless. "Want to go to the creepy dollhouse again?" S asked, and I agreed without much thought. It had become routine by then, safe even, in its predictability. As we approached the house, I noticed something was different. There was a new addition to the display. In the front window by the door, a window that had always been covered by curtains, there was now a clown mask pressed against the glass. Not a cute, colorful circus clown. This was one of those nightmare fuel clowns with a twisted smile and dark, hollow eyes. I stopped dead in my tracks. "S, look." My voice came out as a whisper. S saw it too, and for once, even he seemed genuinely unnerved. "That wasn't there yesterday, was it?" "No way," I said. My mouth had gone dry. I would have noticed. We stood there, frozen, staring at that mask. It stared back, its painted smile mocking us. "Maybe someone bought the house," S suggested, but his voice had lost its usual confidence. That's when I saw it. The slightest movement behind the mask, like someone adjusting it or someone wearing it. "We need to go," I said, already backing away. "Now!" I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. We tore down the street, not stopping until we reached my house. We burst through the front door, startling my mom, who was folding laundry in the living room. "What on earth is wrong with you two?" she asked, taking in our pale faces and heavy breathing. We spilled the whole story then. The dolls, the ding-dong ditch, and now the clown mask. My mum listened with growing concern. "You've been ringing the doorbell of an empty house?" She wasn't pleased. "That house has been vacant for months. The bank foreclosed on it last year." "Then who put up the mask?" I asked, my voice small. My mum frowned. "Probably some teenagers messing around. Stay away from that house from now on, understood? Both of you." We nodded solemnly, but the question gnawed at us. If the house was truly empty, who had put up that mask, and why right after we'd been playing our pranks? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those dolls staring down at the street, at us, about that clown mask appearing out of nowhere, about the slight movement I thought I'd seen. The next morning, S called early. His voice was tight with excitement. "My mom was talking to Mrs. Peterson next door. She said the bank owns that house. No one's supposed to be living there." "So who put up the mask?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "I don't know. Want to go check if it's still there?" I hesitated. My mom told us to stay away. "We don't have to go close," S pleaded. "Just bike past and look." Against my better judgment, I agreed. We met halfway between our houses and slowly made our way toward the creepy dollhouse. We kept our distance this time, staying on the opposite side of the street. The mask was gone, but the dolls were still there, watching. And now they were positioned differently. One was turned slightly toward the other, as if they were conferring about something. Or someone. "See?" S pointed. They moved. A chill ran down my spine despite the summer heat. "Let's ask around. Someone must know something about this house." We decided to talk to Mr. Jenkins, an elderly man who'd lived on our street forever. If anyone knew the history of the creepy dollhouse, it would be him. We found him watering his rose bushes that afternoon. He was nice enough, offering us lemonade as we awkwardly tried to figure out how to ask about the house without admitting our trespassing. "Oh, the Miller's old place," he said when we finally got around to asking. "Bank took it about 8 months ago. Shame, really. Nice family. But Mr. Miller lost his job, and they couldn't keep up with the payments." "So no one lives there now?" I asked carefully. "Nope, been sitting empty. Banks had trouble selling it in this market." He took a sip of his lemonade. "Why do you ask?" S and I exchanged glances. "We just noticed some, decorations in the windows." S said. Mr. Jenkins frowned. Decorations? Shouldn't be any. Place is empty as a tomb. Those words, empty as a tomb, sent another chill through me. There are dolls, I blurted out. 2 dolls in the upstairs window, and yesterday there was a clown mask in the front window. Mr. Jenkins's frown deepened. That's odd. Maybe the bank hired someone to stage the house for selling, though dolls and clown masks seem like strange choices. We thanked him for the lemonade and left, but his explanation didn't sit right with me. Why would someone staging a house put creepy dolls and a clown mask in the windows? We should go back tonight, S suggested as we walked home. After dark. Are you crazy? I hissed. No way. Just to watch from a distance, he pressed. See if there are any lights on. If someone's really living there, we'll know. I wanted to say no. Every instinct told me to stay away from that house. But curiosity is a powerful force when you're 10 years old. Fine. But we stay across the street. That evening, after dinner, I told my parents I was going to S's house to watch a movie. S told his parents he was coming to my house. Instead, we met at the corner and made our way toward the creepy dollhouse as the sun was setting. We positioned ourselves behind a large oak tree across the street, where we could see the house, but hopefully wouldn't be seen. As darkness fell, the house remained black as pitch. No lights came on. No movement was visible. See? I whispered after about 30 minutes. No one's there. Let's go. Wait! S grabbed my arm. Look at the upstairs window. I squinted through the growing darkness. The dolls were still there, faint silhouettes against the window. But now they were both facing directly outward, directly at us. They moved again. S whispered, his voice tight. It's just the darkness playing tricks, I said, but I didn't believe it. Then, slowly, a light came on in the room with the dolls. It wasn't bright, more like the soft glow of a nightlight, but it was enough to illuminate the dolls more clearly, and it was enough to show that someone was in that room. A shape moved behind the dolls. Just a shadow, really, a tall, thin shadow that seemed to pause behind the dolls, adjusting them slightly. Then the shadow moved away from the window, and the light went out. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us moved. I couldn't even breathe. Then the front door creaked open. It didn't open all the way, just a few inches, enough to create a slice of absolute darkness that seemed deeper than the night around us. And from that darkness, something white glinted. The edge of that clown mask peering out. I don't remember deciding to run. I don't remember the journey home. The next thing I knew, S and I were sitting on my front porch, gasping for breath, our faces streaked with tears. We hadn't realized we were crying. We never went near the creepy dollhouse again. We never spoke about what we saw. When my parents asked why S and I suddenly preferred to play indoors, we made up excuses about a new video game. About a month later, a moving truck pulled up to the house. A real estate sign appeared, then disappeared. A normal family moved in. Parents, 2 kids, a dog. The dolls vanished from the window. The house became just another house. Sometimes I'd see the new family outside, doing normal family things, and I'd wonder if they knew, if they ever felt anything strange in their home, if they ever heard footsteps when they were alone, or caught glimpses of porcelain faces in mirrors. I never had the courage to ask. To this day, I still don't understand what happened that summer. Who was in that house when it was supposed to be empty? Why the dolls? Why the clown mask? Was it just some squatter with a sick sense of humor, or something else? All I know is that sometimes when I visit my parents and drive past that house, I still get that feeling, that cold, crawling sensation up my spine, and sometimes, just for a second, I think I see a pale face watching me from the upstairs window. A face that isn't quite human. A face that remembers me. Story 5. I never really liked having people over. I was 15 then, a bit of a loner, and I usually preferred keeping to myself. But for whatever reason, I decided to invite my best friend over for a sleepover that weekend. My parents were fine with it. They were always encouraging me to be more social anyway. The night started out normal enough. We played video games, ate junk food, and talked about school and girls and all the stupid stuff 15-year-old guys talk about. It was actually pretty fun, and I remember thinking I should do this more often. We stayed up late, probably until around midnight, when I got thirsty and decided to head to the kitchen for a drink. Our house was always creepy at night. It wasn't particularly old or anything, just a normal suburban home, but the way the shadows fell across the hallway always made me walk a little faster. That night, I didn't bother turning on all the lights, just used the dim glow from the microwave clock to navigate to the fridge. As I was pouring my drink, I glanced over toward our dining room, which was connected to the kitchen. That's when I first saw it. There was this dark mass in the corner of the dining room. It wasn't exactly a shadow, but it was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes any sense. The shape was wrong somehow. I couldn't make out details, but it seemed almost hunched over, or maybe folded in on itself in a way that didn't seem natural. I blinked hard, figuring my eyes were just adjusting to the dark, and when I looked again, I could still see it, but convinced myself it was just a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. I hurried back to my room, drink in hand, trying not to think about it. We went back to playing games, but I kept getting distracted, thinking about that strange shape in the dining room. About an hour later, my friend wanted something to drink too, so we both went to the kitchen. This time, I flipped on the light switch. The kitchen lit up, but the dining room was still mostly dark, except for the spillover light from the kitchen. With a bit more illumination, I could see that dark mass more clearly now, still in the corner. I didn't say anything about it. I didn't want to seem crazy or scare my friend. We got his drink and headed back to my room. The moment we closed the door behind us, my friend turned to me and said, "Hey, did you see that thing in the dining room that looked like its body was twisted around like something out of The Exorcism?" My blood ran cold. He'd seen it too. Exactly what I'd seen. I hadn't mentioned it at all, but he'd described it perfectly, like a body contorted in an impossible way. We both stood there for a moment, just staring at each other. He wasn't the type to make up stuff or try to scare me, and the way he said it was so matter-of-fact, like he was trying to process it himself. "Yeah," I finally admitted. "I saw it earlier too when I went to get my drink." We spent the next 20 minutes debating what it could be. Maybe a pile of clothes on a chair that looked weird in the dark. Maybe some furniture casting a strange shadow. We came up with all sorts of rational explanations, but deep down, I think we both knew it wasn't any of those things. Eventually we got hungry again, typical teenage boys, and decided we needed snacks. This time, we were both curious and freaked out at the same time. We agreed that we'd go to the kitchen together and check if the thing was still there. So we ventured out, turning on all the lights in the hallway this time. When we reached the kitchen, we both immediately looked toward the corner of the dining room. It was still there, but it had moved. Not a lot, but enough to notice. It was no longer tucked all the way into the corner. It seemed to have shifted slightly toward the center of the room. The shape was still all wrong, like someone had taken a human silhouette and twisted it into an impossible configuration. It wasn't moving, just existing in that space, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. We grabbed our snacks as quickly as possible and hurried back to my room. Neither of us said anything until we were safely behind the closed door. "It moved," my friend whispered, even though there was no need to be quiet. I nodded, just a little bit. "What the hell is it?" I didn't have an answer. I'd never experienced anything like this before. Sure, I'd had those moments everyone has, thinking you see something out of the corner of your eye, or feeling like you're being watched when you're alone. But nothing this concrete. Nothing that someone else could see too. We tried to distract ourselves with more games, but our hearts weren't in it anymore. Every little sound from outside my room made us jump. The house was settling, the refrigerator was humming. Normal house sounds that I'd never paid attention to before suddenly seemed ominous. Around 2 in the morning, we needed to use the bathroom. My friend went first while I waited in my room. When he came back, his face was pale. "It's moved again," he said. "It's closer to the doorway now." I didn't want to go check, but I needed to use the bathroom too. As I stepped into the hallway, I could see it from there. The dark mass was now positioned almost at the entrance to the dining room, like it was waiting at the threshold. I ran to the bathroom, did my business as fast as humanly possible, and sprinted back to my room, slamming the door shut behind me. We didn't leave my room again for the rest of the night. We sat up, backs against my bedroom wall, talking in hushed voices about what this thing could be and what it might want. Neither of us slept much. I maybe dozed off for 20 minutes here and there, but my friend said he didn't sleep at all. When morning finally came, around 6:30 or so, the first rays of sunlight through my window felt like salvation. We decided it would be safe to venture out now that it was daytime. My parents weren't up yet. It was Saturday, so the house was still quiet. My friend needed to use the bathroom again, so he went first while I waited. When he came back, I took my turn. As I was washing my hands, I heard something that still gives me chills when I think about it. It sounded like children giggling. Not one child, but several, like a group of toddlers laughing together somewhere in the house. It was faint but unmistakable. The thing is, there were no children in our house. My older sister had moved out years ago, and there were no babies or toddlers anywhere near us. Everyone else in the house was still asleep. The giggling seemed to be coming from the direction of the dining room. I left the bathroom and practically ran back to my room. I didn't mention the giggling to my friend right away because I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it. We waited for my parents to wake up before we ventured out again, and by the time we all had breakfast together, the dining room looked perfectly normal. No dark shape, no contorted figure, nothing out of place. My friend left shortly after breakfast, both of us exhausted from our sleepless night but trying to act normal around my parents. I thought that would be the end of it. One freaky night, a story to tell later, but it wasn't the end. For about a year afterward, I kept seeing things, dark movements in my peripheral vision that would vanish when I turned to look directly at them, shadows in mirrors that didn't match what should be reflected, glimpses of that same twisted shape lurking behind doorways or in dark corners of rooms. I'd walk into a room and feel like I'd just missed seeing something slither away. Objects would move too. Nothing dramatic. I never saw things flying across the room or anything, but I'd put my phone down on my desk, go to the bathroom, and come back to find it on my bed instead. Or I'd leave a book on my nightstand before going to sleep and wake up to find it on the floor across the room. Small things that I might have dismissed as forgetfulness if they hadn't happened so consistently. The worst part was the feeling of being watched, constantly, especially at night. I'd lie in bed and feel like something was hovering just beyond my field of vision, waiting for me to fall asleep. I started sleeping with the lights on, which my parents found concerning, but I made excuses about reading late. I never told my parents about any of this. What would I say? Hey, there's a twisted shadow creature living in our house that moves my stuff around. They would have thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I was, but my friend had seen it too that night, so I knew it wasn't all in my head. I've always been a bit sensitive to spiritual or paranormal things. As a kid, I'd sometimes know things I shouldn't know or sense presences in certain places, but it had never been anything concrete or persistent until after that night with my friend. The activity gradually faded over that year. The sightings became less frequent, the objects stopped moving, and eventually that constant feeling of being observed diminished. By the time I turned 16, things had mostly returned to normal, though I still occasionally catch glimpses of something dark in mirrors or reflective surfaces. I've never invited a friend to sleep over since. and I still avoid our dining room at night. To this day, I don't know what that thing was, or why it appeared when my friend stayed over. Was it always there, and somehow our combined energy made it visible to both of us? Did my friend somehow bring it with him, or did we inadvertently summon it by being in the right place at the wrong time? Whatever it was, it changed something in me. I'm more cautious now about the dark, more aware of the spaces we can't see clearly, and sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I still think I hear that faint sound of children giggling, just on the edge of hearing, coming from empty rooms where nothing should be. Story 6. I still have nightmares about that night, and I've been trying to find someone who might have had a similar experience. I work as a park ranger in the northern wilderness area of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It's not exactly a tourist destination, mostly dense forest, hundreds of small lakes, and very little human presence outside of hunting season. I've been stationed here for almost 4 years now, and I know these waters better than the back of my hand. At least, I thought I did. This happened last October, when the autumn colors were at their peak. The weather had been unusually mild, and I had a rare 2 days off in the middle of the week. I decided to take my canoe out for an overnight trip, something I'd done dozens of times before. The forecast was perfect. Clear skies, no wind, and temperatures in the low 50s. Perfect paddling weather. I set out from the ranger station around 5 in the afternoon. The sun was already getting low, but I wasn't worried. The moon would be nearly full, and I had my headlamp and all the usual gear. I paddled northeast across Thunder Lake, then through the narrow passage that connects to Loon Lake. My plan was to camp at one of the designated sites on the far shore of Loon Lake. By the time I reached the center of Loon Lake, the sun had set completely, and twilight was fading fast. The water was absolutely still, like glass. I've never seen it so perfectly calm. The stars began appearing overhead, and their reflection on the water was so clear it felt like I was floating through space. I killed my headlamp to enjoy the view, letting my eyes adjust to the starlight. That's when I noticed something strange. About a quarter mile to my left, I saw a dark shadow on the water. An island. I was confused because there shouldn't have been an island there. I'd patrolled this lake countless times, in all seasons, and I knew every inch of it. There's a small island in the southwest corner, but nothing in the middle or eastern portion where I was paddling. I checked my GPS, but the screen showed only open water where I could clearly see this island. My first thought was that maybe it was floating debris. Sometimes after storms, sections of bog can break loose and drift. But this was too large and too solid looking. Curiosity got the better of me. I changed course and paddled toward it. As I got closer, I could make out trees and a small beach area. It was definitely an island, maybe 100 yards across. I couldn't understand how I'd never noticed it before. More puzzling was why it wasn't on my GPS or any of our maps. I should have been suspicious. I should have turned around and continued to my planned campsite. But the night was so perfect, and the small beach looked like an ideal spot to camp. I rationalized that maybe it was a seasonal island, one that only appeared when water levels were particularly low, though I knew that made no sense for this lake system. I beached my canoe around midnight. The island was silent. No frogs, no insects, no night birds. I didn't register this absence of sound at the time, but looking back, that should have been my first warning. I was tired from paddling and eager to set up camp, so I pulled my canoe well above the waterline, grabbed my pack and tent, and walked about 30 feet inland, where I found a flat spot. I set up my tent using just my headlamp, ate a quick energy bar, and crawled into my sleeping bag without exploring further. I fell asleep almost instantly, lulled by the absolute silence. I woke at dawn when sunlight hit my tent. The first thing I noticed was the continuing silence. No morning birds, no squirrels, nothing. I unzipped my tent and stepped out to look around, and that's when I saw it. About 30 feet from my tent, in a small clearing I hadn't noticed in the dark, was a structure made entirely of bones. I can't describe the shock and confusion I felt. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing at first. The structure was roughly 3 feet wide, 6 feet long, and 3 feet tall, approximately the size of a human grave. But what made it truly disturbing was its composition. It was meticulously constructed from hundreds, maybe thousands of animal bones. All of them were perfectly clean and bleached white, as if they'd been carefully prepared. There were deer bones, raccoon skulls, fox vertebrae, bird bones, and others I couldn't identify. They were deliberately arranged, not randomly piled. Larger bones formed the foundation, while smaller ones created intricate patterns on top. How had I missed this while setting up camp? It was only 30 feet away from my tent. Even in the dark, my headlamp should have caught the white gleam of the bones, and it was massive, not something you could overlook. Yet somehow, I hadn't seen it at all. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding. There was no moss growing on the bones, no plants pushing through. They looked recently placed, yet simultaneously ancient. The structure was so deliberately arranged that it couldn't have been natural or the result of animal activity. Someone or something had built this. As I stood there, I became overwhelmingly aware of being watched. The feeling was so intense that I spun around, certain I'd see someone standing behind me, but there was nothing, just trees and underbrush. Still, the sensation persisted. It felt like eyes were on me from every direction, pressing against my skin. The silence suddenly seemed oppressive rather than peaceful. I realized I hadn't heard a single natural sound since arriving on this island. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves, even though there was now a slight breeze. It was as if all wildlife avoided this place. I backed away from the bone structure, returning to my campsite. My appetite was gone, replaced by a growing sense of dread. I needed to leave. I packed up my gear faster than I ever have before, constantly looking over my shoulder, feeling like something was closing in on me from just beyond my field of vision. As I worked, I noticed other details I'd missed in the dark. The trees weren't like those on the mainland. They were twisted, with bark that seemed to spiral around the trunks. The ground had patches where nothing grew, perfect circles of bare earth. And there were more bones, smaller arrangements partially hidden in the underbrush, as if the large structure was just the centerpiece of something larger. I didn't stop to eat breakfast or even make coffee. I just wanted to get off that island. I dragged my canoe to the water's edge, threw my gear in, and pushed off, paddling hard. I kept going until the island was well behind me, and only then did I pause to catch my breath. When I looked back, I had to blink several times to make sure I was seeing correctly. The island seemed smaller, as if it was sinking or shrinking. I rubbed my eyes, thinking it was just distance playing tricks on my vision, but when I looked again a few minutes later, I could barely see it at all. By the time I reached the far shore of the lake, the island had completely vanished. I convinced myself I was just tired and couldn't spot it from that distance, but deep down, I knew something was very wrong. When I got back to the ranger station that afternoon, I immediately checked our detailed topographical maps. There was no island marked where I'd camped. I asked my colleague if he knew of any unmarked islands in Loon Lake, and he looked at me like I was crazy. He'd been working the area for 20 years and insisted there were no islands in the eastern portion of the lake. I considered reporting what I'd found, but what would I say? That I'd camped on a disappearing island with a massive bone structure that I somehow didn't see in the dark, that the island itself had vanished when I left? They'd think I was hallucinating or making it up. Over the past year, I've returned to that section of Loon Lake at least a dozen times. I've paddled in circles where I know the island was, searched under different weather conditions, different times of day. I've never found it again. It's as if it only appears when it wants to be found. The part that disturbs me most isn't the bone structure itself, though that was terrifying. It's the fact that I didn't notice it in the dark, despite its size and proximity to my tent. It's as if it wasn't there when I arrived, as if it appeared overnight while I slept, and the feeling of being watched. I've never felt anything like that before or since. I've researched local indigenous legends, looking for any mention of strange islands or bone structures, but found nothing concrete. The closest thing I found was a vague reference to hungry islands in some old settler journals, places that would appear and disappear, luring travelers to rest before they vanished. I don't know what I experienced that night, but I'm certain of what I saw. That bone structure wasn't natural, and that island wasn't normal. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear bones clicking together outside my window. And on particularly still nights, when the lake water turns to glass under the stars, I avoid going near it, afraid of what might be reflecting back from its surface. Story 7. It was 1999, around March, I think. I was 22 then, working security at a parking lot in San Juan. My buddy Carlos and I had driven out to this dingy little club in the mountains to see a punk show. Some local bands, nothing fancy, but we were into that scene back then. The show ran late, as they always do, and we didn't start heading back until after 2 in the morning. By the time we hit the road, it must have been close to 3 a.m. I was driving my old Honda Civic, nothing special, but reliable enough. The mountain roads out there are no joke. Narrow, winding, with these sharp drop-offs on one side and thick jungle on the other. That night was especially creepy because this heavy fog had settled in, making visibility absolute shit. The headlights just created this white wall about 15 feet ahead, and beyond that was nothing. The roads were completely empty. I mean, who the hell would be out at that hour in the middle of nowhere? We had the windows cracked because Carlos was smoking, and all you could hear was the hum of my engine and these weird swamp noises coming from the jungle. Frogs, insects, whatever lives out there. The radio didn't work well in the mountains, so we were just talking about the show, nothing important. I first noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror when we were about 20 minutes from the main highway. At first, I didn't think much of it. Just another car, right? But then I realized how fast it was coming up behind us. I remember saying to Carlos, "This asshole's flying," and he turned to look through the back window. The roads were too narrow and curvy for anyone to be driving that fast. It was dangerous as hell, so I did what any normal person would do. I slowed down a bit and pulled over as much as I could to the right to let them pass. There was barely enough room, but I figured they must be in a hurry or something. But the car didn't pass. Instead, it came right up to my bumper, so close that I couldn't even see its headlights anymore in my mirrors. Just this glow lighting up my whole car. I started getting annoyed, thinking it was some drunk asshole playing games. "What the fuck is this guy's problem?" Carlos said, looking back again. I remember the way his face looked in that moment, half lit by the dashboard lights, half lit by the weird glow from behind us. He looked genuinely concerned, which wasn't like him. I sped up a little, hoping they'd back off. They didn't. Then the high beams started, on, off, on, off. Not like a normal flash to signal something, but in this weird, rhythmic pattern, like they were trying to communicate or just mess with us. "This isn't right, man," I said to Carlos. I was still trying to stay calm, but my heart was starting to race. Working security, you develop a sense for trouble, and everything about this situation was setting off alarms. I accelerated more, pushing my old Honda harder than I should have on those roads. The fog made it nearly impossible to see what was ahead, but I was more worried about what was behind us. The car matched our speed exactly, staying right on our tail, continuing that freaky light pattern. After a few minutes of this, I was doing nearly 60 on roads, where 30 was pushing it, My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Carlos had stopped talking entirely, just staring back at the car. The whole inside of our car was lighting up bright, then dim, bright, then dim with each flash of their high beams. Then things got really weird. The car suddenly accelerated and pulled alongside us. The road wasn't wide enough for two cars, so they were partially driving on the shoulder. I slowed down, thinking they were finally going to pass, but instead, they matched my speed exactly. That's when I got my first look at it. And I still get goosebumps remembering this part. The car was white, completely ordinary looking, but also wrong somehow. I've worked around cars for years. I know models, makes, styles. This was just a car. Like if you asked a kid to draw a car. No distinguishing features, no brand emblem I could see. Just a generic white sedan. What freaked me out most was that there was no license plate. Not a missing plate, but no place where a plate should be, and the driver, I couldn't make out a face. It was like looking at a shadow or a mannequin. There was someone there, but no distinguishable features, no real face. We drove like that, side by side, for maybe 30 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then, without warning, the car accelerated ahead of us, swerved across the road and came to a complete stop, blocking both lanes. I slammed on my brakes, tires screeching. We stopped maybe 10 feet from hitting them. Carlos was cursing in Spanish, and I was just frozen, hands gripping the wheel so hard they hurt. Carjacking, I whispered. It was the only explanation my brain could come up with. We were being set up for a robbery or worse. The mountain road was too narrow to turn around, and there was no way to go around them without driving off into the jungle or over the cliff on the other side. We were trapped. If they come out with guns, we run into the trees, I told Carlos, already reaching to unbuckle my seatbelt. But nobody got out of the car. It just sat there, engine running, headlights illuminating the fog in front of it. I don't know how long we sat there like that. Probably only a minute or two, but it felt like forever. I was listening for car doors, watching for movement, my entire body tense and ready to bolt. But nothing happened. Then, without any warning or reason, the car straightened out from its position blocking the road and started driving forward again, slow at first, then picking up speed. "What the fuck?" Carlos whispered. We watched as the taillights got smaller in the distance, and then they didn't just disappear around a curve or over a hill. They faded, like someone was turning down a dimmer switch. The lights got fainter and fainter until they weren't there anymore. The car was gone. I'm not talking about it driving away until we couldn't see it anymore. I mean, we literally watched it vanish on a straight stretch of road. Neither of us spoke for what felt like forever. Finally, Carlos broke the silence. "Did you see that?" His voice was shaking. I couldn't answer at first. My mouth was dry, and I felt sick to my stomach. "Yeah, I finally managed. I saw it." We sat there in my car for at least 20 minutes, engine running, both of us chain-smoking to calm our nerves. We talked through what we'd seen, trying to find some logical explanation. Maybe the fog had played tricks on us. Maybe the car had turned off somewhere we couldn't see. But we both knew what we'd witnessed. When we finally worked up the courage to continue driving, we did so in near silence, both of us scanning the road ahead and checking the mirrors constantly. Every set of headlights in the distance made my stomach drop until we finally reached the main highway and joined actual traffic. We made it back to San Juan just as the sun was coming up. I dropped Carlos off at his place, and we promised to talk the next day, but we never really discussed it again in detail. It was like we both silently agreed that talking about it made it more real, and neither of us wanted that. In the days that followed, I scoured local news for any reports of accidents or strange occurrences on that mountain road. Nothing. I even casually asked some of the other security guards if they'd ever heard stories about weird shit happening in that area. A few mentioned the usual ghost stories and legends that every place has, but nothing that matched what we'd experienced. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. The most logical explanation is that we encountered some kind of local who was messing with tourists or outsiders. But that doesn't explain the car vanishing or the strange featureless quality it had. Some people have suggested we were just tired, or that maybe someone had slipped something into our drinks at the show, but we weren't drunk or high. We both had to work the next day, so we'd been taking it easy. I've read about phantom vehicles since then, stories from around the world about encounters with cars or trucks that appear and disappear, often harassing drivers on lonely roads. I don't know if that's what we saw, but it's the closest explanation I've found. I avoid that mountain road now, haven't been back there since that night. Carlos moved to Florida a few years later, and the last time we spoke on the phone, neither of us brought it up. Some things are better left in the past. But sometimes when I'm driving late at night and see headlights coming up fast behind me, my heart still starts racing. I grip the steering wheel tighter and watch to make sure those lights don't start flashing in that same rhythmic pattern. And I still can't look at white sedans without feeling a chill run down my spine, my eyes automatically checking for license plates and the faces of their drivers. Whatever it was we saw that foggy night in the Puerto Rican mountains, it wasn't human and it wasn't a normal car. That much I know for certain. The rest, I've stopped trying to figure it out. Some mysteries don't have explanations, and maybe we're better off not knowing the truth than Arcadia. Story 8. I never believed in the paranormal. Never thought I'd be one of those people posting about weird experiences online. Yet here I am. I'm still trying to make sense of what's been happening since I moved into this house near the mountains about 8 months ago. The isolation seemed perfect at first. Just a handful of neighbors scattered around, peaceful surroundings, fresh air. But now I'm seriously considering moving out. It all started about 2 months after settling in. Nothing dramatic at first, just this feeling of being watched that I tried to rationalize away. The property is pretty secluded with dense woods behind us, so I figured it was just the adjustment to country living after years in the suburbs. Then came the roof incident. I was home alone, working late in my office when I heard it. Heavy, deliberate footsteps directly above me, not like an animal scurrying around. This sounded like someone wearing boots, walking slowly across my roof. The footsteps moved from one end to the other, right above the ceiling where I was sitting. At first I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or maybe a branch scraping in the wind, but deep down I knew better. Whatever was up there was heavy and it was pacing. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet and went outside to check. Nothing. Not a single trace of anything that could have made those sounds. No fallen branches. No signs of animals. Nothing disturbed at all. I even checked for footprints in the soft soil around the house. Nothing. That same night, I started feeling really sick. Dizzy, throbbing headache, nauseous. I thought I was coming down with something, until I noticed my carbon monoxide detector on the floor of my bedroom. Someone, or something, had unscrewed it from the wall. The battery was still inside, but it had been disabled. When I picked it up and reset it, it immediately started beeping. There was a gas leak in my house. I called emergency services right away. The technician who came out confirmed there was a leak in my heating system. He asked if I had removed the detector myself, and the look on his face when I said no, I'll never forget it. He clearly didn't believe me, and honestly, I wouldn't have believed me either. But here's what keeps me up at night. Who unscrewed that detector? I live alone. No one else had been in my house for weeks, and the timing, the same night as the footsteps on the roof, can't be coincidence. I installed security cameras after that. Battery-operated ones that would still work if the power went out. I added extra locks to all the doors and windows. I even considered getting a dog for protection. For a few months, things were quiet. I almost convinced myself I had imagined everything, or that it was just a one-time break-in that wouldn't happen again. Then my brother came to stay over. We were up late watching movies and drinking beers in the living room. Around 1 in the morning, we decided to call it a night. My brother was using the guest room while I went to my bedroom. I remember checking the security app on my phone before getting into bed. All cameras showed nothing unusual outside. I must have been asleep for about 2 hours when my brother burst into my room, white as a sheet, shaking me awake. "There's something in the house," he whispered. I jumped up, grabbing the bat I now kept beside my bed. "What did you see?" He could barely speak. "It was under the bed." I woke up because I felt something touching the mattress from underneath. Then I saw it. "Crawl out." My blood went cold. Crawl out? What was it? A raccoon. He shook his head, eyes wide. It was tall, so tall. When it stood up, its head almost touched the ceiling. And its arms... His voice cracked. Its arms were too long. Way too long. Like they reached past its knees. "What did it look like?" "A person," I asked, already checking the security app again. "Sort of, but not right. It moved wrong, like its joints bent in ways they shouldn't. It crawled out from under the bed, stood up, and then just walked out the door. No sound, nothing." We searched the entire house together, every closet, every corner, under every piece of furniture. The doors were still locked, windows still secured. Security footage showed nothing entering or leaving. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. My brother left first thing in the morning and hasn't stayed over since. Can't say I blame him. I eventually convinced myself it was just a nightmare he'd had. Stress, maybe the beers, staying up late watching scary movies. It could explain a lot. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Last month, I finally got that dog, a German Shepherd named Max. Having him around made me feel safer. He's a good watchdog, always alert, always protective. Until last week, I thought he was just what I needed. It was around 8 in the evening. I was in the kitchen making dinner when Max started barking furiously at something in the side yard. Not his usual squirrel bark or his someone's at the door bark. This was different, frantic, almost panicked. My mum was visiting that day, helping me organize some of the moving boxes I still hadn't unpacked. When we heard Max, we both went to the window. Max was at the fence line, hackles raised, barking and growling at something beyond the wall that separates my property from the woods. What I saw next makes my skin crawl even now as I type this. Standing behind my 6-foot privacy wall was a figure, a tall, impossibly tall human-like figure, just standing there, perfectly still, watching the house. For it to be visible over my 6-foot wall, this thing had to be at least 7 or 8 feet tall. The proportions were all wrong. Its torso was too long, its arms hanging down almost to where its knees should be, and it was thin, unnaturally thin. Like someone had stretched a normal person vertically. "Do you see that?" I whispered to my mom, not taking my eyes off the figure. She nodded slowly. "What is it?" Her voice trembled. I grabbed my phone to call the police while my mum kept watching. Just as I dialed, the figure moved, not toward the house, thankfully, but backward into the trees. It didn't turn around. It just glided backward, still facing us, until the darkness swallowed it. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. They searched the woods with flashlights but found nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing that would indicate someone had been there. One officer suggested it might have been a bear standing on its hind legs, but we both knew what we saw wasn't an animal. The other officer was more direct, asking if we'd been drinking or if I was on any medications. They filed a report anyway, probably just to humor us. The older officer quietly suggested I might want to get some security lights for the yard. I installed them the next day, along with 2 more cameras. My mom didn't want to leave me alone that night, but I insisted I'd be fine. Max was with me, and I had the security system. Looking back, I wish I'd let her stay. Nothing happened that night, but 3 days later, early on a Sunday morning, something did. My dad had come by to help me fix a leaky pipe under the kitchen sink. We were having breakfast, just coffee and toast, going over what supplies we'd need. The house was quiet, except for our voices and the occasional sounds from Max playing with his toy in the living room. Then we heard it. 3 little taps, like fingernails on glass. Tap, tap, tap. They seemed to come from the window behind my dad. We both looked up, but there was nothing there. Just the reflection of the kitchen in the glass, and beyond that the empty yard. Probably just a bird, my dad said, but he didn't sound convinced. After a moment, he tapped his knuckle on the table. 3 times, just like the sound we'd heard. Tap, tap, tap. Almost immediately, the same sound replied from somewhere in the kitchen, not from the window this time, but seemingly from inside the room with us. Tap, 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 perfectly mimicking my dad's rhythm. Dad looked at me, his coffee cup frozen halfway to his lips. "Did you do that?" I shook my head. Max had come running into the kitchen now, alert and growling low in his throat. Dad tapped again, this time in a different pattern. Tap, tap, pause, tap. And again the response came, matching exactly. Tap, tap, pause, tap. We both stood up slowly. Max was now barking at the empty corner of the kitchen, the fur along his spine standing straight up. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" No answer, just Max's continued barking. Dad moved toward the corner Max was focused on, but there was nothing there, just empty space between the refrigerator and the wall. As he approached, the temperature seemed to drop noticeably. I could see his breath fogging in the air, though just in that corner, nowhere else in the room. Max suddenly yelped, like he'd been hurt, and backed away, tail between his legs. My dad stepped back too, quickly, like he'd touched something hot. "Something pushed me," he said, his voice barely audible. I felt hands on my chest. We left the house immediately, spent the day at my parents' place, trying to make sense of what was happening. My dad, the most rational person I know, was visibly shaken. When he finally spoke about it, hours later, he described feeling like a child's hands had pressed against him, small but strong and ice-cold. I didn't stay in the house that night or the next. I've been at my parents' place for almost a week now, going back only during daylight hours to check on things and feed Max. I've been researching the history of the property, looking for anything that might explain what's happening. So far, I've found nothing unusual in public records. No deaths reported at the address, no missing persons cases in the immediate area. The house itself is only about 15 years old, so it's not some ancient place with centuries of history. But the land feels old, and the mountains that loom behind it seem to watch the house, especially at dusk when their shadows stretch across my yard like reaching fingers. I'm going back tomorrow. I have to. I can't stay at my parents' forever, and I can't afford to break my lease right now, but I won't be alone. I've convinced a friend to stay with me for a few days, though I haven't told them exactly why. I don't know what's in my house. I don't know if it's dangerous or just curious, but whatever crawled from under my brother's bed, whatever stood watching from behind my fence, whatever mimicked my dad's tapping in my kitchen, it knows I'm aware of it now. And somehow, that feels like the beginning of something worse. Story 9. Ivy always had what my family calls the gift. Since I was little, I've been able to sense things others can't. Spirits, energies, presences. Most people don't believe in this stuff until they experience something themselves. And I get that. But when you've lived with this sensitivity your whole life, it just becomes part of who you are. My aunt was the first one who really understood me. She had the same abilities and taught me how to develop my clairvoyance and clairaudience when I was around 8 or 9. It's not something to fear, she always told me. It's a responsibility. For the most part, my experiences have been benign, sensing a presence in an old building, knowing who was calling before checking the phone, that sort of thing. But what's been happening in my house this past month is on another level entirely, and it's starting to really freak me out. It started on a Tuesday. I was home alone with my baby, just a normal afternoon. We were in the basement bedroom where it's cooler during the day, and I was folding laundry while my little one was napping in the portable crib. I remember feeling peaceful, just listening to the soft sound of my baby's breathing and thinking about what to make for dinner. Then I heard voices, not whispers or murmurs, but actual loud talking upstairs, multiple people having a conversation. My heart nearly stopped. No one else should have been home. I scooped up my baby, trying not to wake them, and crept up the stairs, grabbing my phone ready to call 911. When I reached the top of the stairs, I realized the voices were coming from my living room. My TV was on. Not just on, but playing some reality show on a streaming app I've literally never used. The volume was cranked way up. I stood there, baby in arms, trying to make sense of it. The remote wasn't even near the TV. It was sitting on the kitchen island, a good 15 feet away from the television. There's absolutely no way I could have accidentally turned it on, and my baby, they were asleep in my arms. I turned off the TV and double-checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked tight. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I sat on the remote earlier and somehow it activated that specific app. But deep down, I knew better. Something had deliberately turned on my TV. The second incident happened when my dad came to visit the following week. He's very practical, not the type to believe in anything supernatural. He was staying in our guest room and had set up his stuff in the bathroom, toothbrush, razor, and this portable water flosser he takes everywhere because of his dental work. My brother was in the bathroom brushing his teeth while Dad was getting settled in the guest room. Suddenly, I heard my brother yell. When I ran to check what happened, he was standing there, shirt soaked with water, looking completely confused. "Dad's water flosser just turned on by itself and sprayed me," he said. The flosser had been sitting on the counter, unplugged from its charger, supposedly off. Yet somehow it activated and shot a stream of water right at my brother. Dad tried to explain it away as some kind of short circuit, but the timing was just too weird. The flosser had never malfunctioned before or since. The third incident is what really convinced me something abnormal was happening. My mom came to visit about a week after my dad left. Unlike my father, Mom is more open to spiritual things, though she's not particularly sensitive herself. She was sleeping in our guest room when she woke up around 3:30 in the morning, feeling like someone was watching her. She described it as a heavy feeling, like the air in the room had gotten thick. When she sat up in bed, the ceiling light turned on by itself, just flicked on, full brightness, in the middle of the night. The switch for that light is by the door, a good 10 feet from the bed. There's no way she could have accidentally hit it. And this wasn't the first time lights have behaved strangely in our house. We've had instances of lights turning on or off on their own before, but it was easy to dismiss as faulty wiring or forgetfulness. This time was different. It happened right as my mum sensed a presence. But what happened today is what finally pushed me to take action. It was around 2 in the afternoon. My baby was napping, and I decided to use the quiet time to reorganize our pantry. I was on a step stool, reaching for some items on the top shelf, when the hallway light above me started flickering. Not the gentle flicker of a bulb about to burn out, but an erratic, almost deliberate pattern. As I was climbing down from the step stool, I felt something brush past me from behind. It wasn't a gentle touch. It felt like someone purposely pushing past me in a hurry. The sensation was so real that I spun around, expecting to see my partner who wasn't supposed to be home. But there was nobody there. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was just my imagination. Then I heard my baby's walker toy start making noise from the living room. It's one of those activity centers with buttons and a fake phone. The toy was saying, "Hello, hello," in its cheerful electronic voice. I froze. I specifically remembered turning that toy off before putting my baby down for a nap. I always turn it off because those random noises can wake the baby up. I walked slowly to the living room, and sure enough, the walker was still in the off position. Yet somehow the phone part was activated and making noise. By this point, my nerves were completely shot. After my baby woke up and had dinner, I decided it was time to do something. I've learned enough from my aunt to know that sometimes energy can build up in a house and cause disturbances. So I took out the Palo Santo wood I keep for cleansing and began to smudge the house. I went room by room, focusing on corners and doorways where energy tends to accumulate. My baby was in their high chair, happily playing with some toys while I worked. The smudging felt normal at first, the familiar woody smell, the thin trail of smoke. But as I moved through the house, I started feeling resistance, like I was pushing against something that didn't want to be pushed. When I finished the circuit of our house, I stood in the living room, the TV playing some random cooking show in the background. I took a deep breath and said out loud, "If anything left here desperately needs to talk to me, then switch my TV from what's on so I know I need to properly communicate." I wasn't really expecting anything to happen. It was more of a test, a way to see if what we were dealing with was intelligent or just random energy. The remote was on the counter behind me, and I was holding my baby with my free arm. The smudge stick in my hand suddenly went cold, not just cooled down, but cold, like it had been in a freezer. And then the TV turned off. Not changed channels, but completely powered down. I stood there for what felt like minutes, my baby babbling obliviously, while I tried to process what had just happened. Something in my house had heard me and responded, something intelligent enough to understand what I was asking. I'll be honest, I was terrified, but I'm also practical. Before I jumped completely into the spiritual explanation, I wanted to rule out any possible mundane causes. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, so I called an HVAC specialist to check our system. They came the next day and gave us the all clear, no CO2 leaks anywhere in the house. I've also been checking our electrical system, looking for shorts or wiring issues that might explain the lights and electronic devices acting up. So far, everything seems normal. Our house isn't even that old, built in the early 2000s, so it's not like we're dealing with ancient, faulty infrastructure. The rational explanations are running out, and I'm left with the reality that something supernatural seems to be happening in my home. The activity is increasing in frequency and becoming more direct. It's no longer just lights flickering. Now it's responding to direct questions. Tomorrow, when my baby is with my mom for a few hours, I'm going to try to communicate more directly with whatever is here. I know that sounds crazy to most people, but with my sensitivity, I might be able to understand what it wants. My aunt taught me protection techniques, so I'm not going in completely unprepared. I'm not sure what I'm dealing with here. It doesn't feel malevolent exactly, but it's definitely getting more assertive. The way it's escalating from subtle signs to direct responses makes me think it's trying to get my attention specifically. Maybe it recognizes my sensitivity. Maybe it knows I can perceive it. What worries me most is my baby. So far, none of the activity has been directed at them, but the thought of raising a child in a house with an active presence makes me uneasy, especially since I don't know what it wants yet. I don't know what I'll discover tomorrow. Part of me hopes there's still some rational explanation I haven't found yet, but another part knows better. Something is here with us, something intelligent enough to respond when addressed directly, and it's getting stronger. I'll update if I learn anything more. If anyone has experienced similar things or has advice, I could really use it right now. I've spent my whole life being sensitive to these things, but this is the first time something has been so persistent and so clearly trying to communicate directly with me. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about this, even though it's been nearly 15 years now. I've never posted this anywhere before. But after lurking on this forum for months, I feel like maybe someone here might understand or have experienced something similar. When I was around 10 years old, my parents were divorced, and I spent most of the year with my mom in Minnesota, but summers with my dad in this tiny town in North Dakota that barely existed on a map. My dad lived in this old, run-down apartment building, the kind where the hallways smell like mothballs and boiled cabbage. The building was this ugly brick thing from the 40s or 50s, and almost everyone who lived there was ancient. Like I was literally the only kid in the entire building. The apartment building was on a corner lot, surrounded by these massive old oak trees that blocked most of the sunlight. Their branches would scrape against the windows when the wind blew, and at night it sounded like fingernails. There was this weird bronze plaque out front that said the building was constructed on the site of a church that had burned down in the 1930s. I remember always feeling uncomfortable walking past it. My dad's apartment was on the 3rd floor, and it had this strange layout. You'd walk in through the front door into a narrow hallway that led to the living room. Off to the right was a kitchen, and on the left was a bathroom and 2 small bedrooms. My dad gave me the smaller bedroom, which had this one window that faced an alley. The room was always cold, even though the summer in North Dakota was brutally hot. From the first night I stayed there, I felt like something was off about the place. I couldn't explain it then, and I'm still struggling to find the right words now. It was like this constant feeling of being watched, like there was always someone standing just behind me, but when I'd turn around, nobody would be there. I started sleeping with this heavy comforter pulled up to my chin, even though it was summer and the apartment didn't have air conditioning. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, but I was too scared to sleep without being completely covered. Something about exposing any part of my body to the darkness of that room terrified me. I know it sounds childish, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I left an arm or leg uncovered, something would grab me and drag me away. The weirdest thing was the bathroom. At least 2 or 3 times a week, I'd wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of the bathroom fan running and water running in the sink. It sounded exactly like someone was in there, brushing their teeth or shaving. The first couple times it happened, I assumed it was just my dad using the bathroom in the middle of the night. But when I mentioned it to him over breakfast one morning, he looked at me like I was crazy. "I wasn't in the bathroom last night," he said. "I slept straight through. You must have been dreaming, but I wasn't dreaming. I know what I heard." And it kept happening. Sometimes when I'd hear the sounds, I'd get up and creep to my bedroom door, cracking it open just enough to peek out. The bathroom door would be closed, light spilling out from underneath it, the fan humming, water running. But when I'd work up the courage to knock on the door, the sounds would instantly stop. And when I'd open it, the bathroom would be empty, lights off, everything dry. I told my dad about it a few more times, but he just chalked it up to my imagination or the old pipes making noise. Eventually, I stopped mentioning it. I didn't want him to think I was making stuff up. But then came that day in late July. I'll never forget it as long as I live. It was a Tuesday afternoon. My dad was at work at the factory, and he wouldn't be home until around 5:30. I was alone in the apartment, killing time online on my dad's clunky desktop computer, drinking Mountain Dew and playing some game. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and I decided I was bored enough that I'd ride my bike across town to my grandmother's house. She always had cookies and would let me watch whatever I wanted on TV. I shut down the computer, grabbed my backpack, and made sure I had my key. I turned off all the lights in the apartment. My dad was super strict about that and closed the door behind me. I was halfway down the hall when I realized I hadn't locked the door. My dad would kill me if I left it unlocked, so I trudged back to lock it. When I put my key in and pushed the door open, that's when I heard it. This rustling sound coming from the kitchen, like someone digging through plastic grocery bags. My dad always kept them under the sink to reuse, and that's exactly what it sounded like. Someone rooting around under there. My first thought was that maybe my dad had come home early. "Dad!" I called out, stepping into the hallway. No answer. The rustling stopped. I took a few more steps into the apartment, toward the kitchen. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing in our kitchen. He was leaning against the counter in this weird cowboy stance, one leg bent back against the cabinet. He had on what looked like a cowboy hat, and he was looking down at the floor. But that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was that he wasn't right. He wasn't normal. He wasn't human. He was like a solid black shadow, completely flat, with no features at all, except for these stark white eyes and this horrible, slow-spreading white smile that appeared on his featureless face when he sensed me staring. It was like watching a cut-out shadow figure suddenly grow eyes and a mouth, but not regular eyes and mouth, just these white shapes that shouldn't exist on something so black and flat. The smile kept spreading wider and wider, impossibly wide, until it nearly touched the edges of his face. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It felt like my heart stopped beating for a second. Then he started to turn his head toward me, still smiling that impossible white smile. I screamed so loud my throat hurt. I slammed the door shut and ran. I didn't bother with the elevator. I took the stairs, practically falling down all 3 flights in my panic. My feet barely touched the steps. I burst through the front door of the building like a rocket and crashed right into my dad, who was just coming home. I bounced off his chest and kept running. I heard him calling after me, confused and worried, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't explain. I just needed to get away from that building, away from that thing in our kitchen. I ran 6 blocks before I finally stopped, gulping for air, my legs shaking so bad I had to sit down on the curb. My dad eventually found me there, drove around looking for me after I bolted. He kept asking what happened, why I was so scared, but I couldn't tell him. I was afraid he wouldn't believe me, or worse, that he'd make me go back to that apartment. I just told him I thought I saw someone break in. He called the police, and they checked the apartment. But of course, they didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing. My dad figured I must have imagined it or seen a shadow that scared me. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a shadow cast by something else. It was a shadow that existed on its own, with those horrible white eyes and that terrible smile. I begged my dad to let me stay at my grandmother's for the rest of the summer. I made up excuse after excuse. The apartment was too hot. I was bored being alone all day while he worked. I missed my grandma's cooking. Eventually he gave in, probably just to stop my constant pleading. I thought that was the end of it. I convinced myself it was just a one-time thing, some weird hallucination or a trick of the light. I never told anyone about what I saw until 4 years later. I was 14, living with my mom in Minnesota. My friend Jessica was staying over for the weekend. We were up late watching movies in the living room when she went to the kitchen to get some snacks. She came running back, pale and shaking. "There's someone in your pantry," she whispered, grabbing my arm so hard her nails dug in. My blood turned to ice. "What do you mean?" "I saw a man," she said, "standing in the pantry when I opened the door, but he wasn't. He was like a shadow, all black, but with these creepy white eyes, and he smiled at me. Just his mouth and eyes were white." I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. It was the exact same thing I'd seen in North Dakota 4 years earlier. Exactly the same. We woke up my mom, and of course, there was nothing in the pantry. My mom thought Jessica had seen a shadow from the streetlight coming through the window. Jessica never stayed over again. That's when I realized the most terrifying thing of all. It had followed me. Whatever that shadow man was, it had somehow followed me from North Dakota to Minnesota. It wasn't tied to my dad's apartment. It was tied to me. I'm 24 now, and I haven't seen the shadow man in years. But sometimes, late at night, I hear the bathroom fan click on and water running in the sink, and I pull the covers up over my head, no matter how hot it is, and I wait for morning. I still don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it appeared to me, or why it followed me, or what it wanted. All I know is that the fear I felt when I saw it standing in my dad's kitchen has never gone away. Every time I enter a dark room, every time I hear an unexplained sound in my apartment, every time I catch a glimpse of something moving in my peripheral vision, I wonder if it's back. And I wonder if one day, instead of just standing there smiling at me, it's going to do something worse. Story 11. I still have nightmares about what happened in Peru last year. I've never been able to talk about it until now, but I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. I consider myself an experienced hiker. I've done trails in about 12 countries across 4 continents. I prefer the less touristy routes, the ones where you can actually breathe without bumping into 20 other travelers taking the same Instagram photo. That's why I chose the Choquacaido Trail in Peru instead of the packed Machu Picchu routes. It winds through cloud forest to some lesser-known Inca ruins, and I'd heard it was beautiful but quiet. No crowds, fewer checkpoints, just nature and history. Perfect, right? The start of the trek was exactly what I wanted. The scenery was breathtaking. Misty mountains, dense vegetation in 100 shades of green, and the kind of silence you just can't find in cities. It was humid, but not unbearable, and the trail itself was challenging enough to feel like an accomplishment without being dangerous, or so I thought. By late afternoon on the first day, I needed to set up camp before dark. The thing about less touristy trails is there aren't many designated camping areas. I came across a small farm as the sun was starting to dip, and I decided to try my luck. The farmer was working in his field when he spotted me. I used my broken Spanish to ask if I could pitch my tent on his land, and he agreed with a nod and a warm smile. He was probably in his 50s, weathered face, calloused hands, the kind of person who spent their whole life working the same piece of land. He showed me to a flat area near his modest home where I could set up. It was better than I expected. He offered me access to water, a cooking space with a small fire pit, and even electricity from a generator he ran for a few hours in the evening. I was grateful and tried to offer him some money, but he waved it away. As I was setting up my tent, I noticed 2 other backpackers arriving. They approached the farmer just like I had, and he directed them to the same camping area. They were both in their mid-20s. The guy was tall and lanky, with a scraggly beard, and the girl had long braided hair and was wearing those typical backpacker pants with the elephant print. They introduced themselves and told me they'd met while backpacking in Bolivia about 3 weeks earlier and decided to travel together. We hit it off immediately. You know how it is on the trail, instant connection with strangers who share the same passion. As the evening set in, we pooled our food resources and cooked together at the fire pit. The farmer's wife brought us some local herbs for our stew, and his teenage son helped us get the fire going properly. It felt cozy, safe. We swapped travel stories over dinner. The guy told us about getting robbed in Colombia, but still loving the country. The girl had quit her corporate job 6 months earlier to travel indefinitely. Normal backpacker talk. We discussed our plans for the next day. All of us wanted to get moving before the morning heat made the climb too brutal. By 9 o'clock, we were all yawning and decided to turn in early. I fell asleep almost immediately in my tent, exhausted from the day's hike. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, maybe around 2 in the morning. It was the screaming that jolted me awake. At first, in that groggy, half-asleep state, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a puma or something. But as my brain cleared, I realized this wasn't an animal sound. It was human, and not just any human sound. It was the kind of scream that makes your blood freeze, the kind that comes from a place of pure terror and pain. I fumbled for my headlamp and unzipped my tent with shaking hands. Outside, the night was cool and misty, and my light beam cut through the darkness to reveal a horrifying scene. The guy from earlier was on the ground about 15 feet from my tent. He was convulsing violently, his body contorting in unnatural ways. Vomit was pooling around his head and shoulders, and he was alternating between those blood-curdling screams and gasping for air like he was drowning. The girl was kneeling beside him, sobbing uncontrollably. Her face was a mask of panic and helplessness. She was trying to hold him still, but his convulsions were too powerful. "Help!" she kept screaming. "Somebody help him!" Her voice was raw, desperate. The commotion had woken the farmer's family. They came rushing out of their house, the farmer leading with a kerosene lamp that cast long shadows across the ground. His wife followed with blankets, and his son carried a bucket of water. 2 younger children hung back at the doorway, eyes wide with fear. I rushed over, but I had no idea what to do. The farmer's wife knelt down beside the guy and tried to put something in his mouth. Some kind of local remedy, I think. The farmer was speaking rapidly in Spanish, too fast for me to catch with my limited vocabulary. I picked up fragments. Veneno, venom, mordedura, bite, veneno en la sangre, poison in the blood. The girl was hysterical now. "What's happening to him?" she kept asking, but none of us could give her an answer. The farmer's wife got her to help hold a cloth to the guy's forehead, while the farmer and his son tried to keep him from hurting himself with the violent convulsions. The screaming went on for what felt like forever, but was probably about 30 minutes. I stood there useless, holding my headlamp to provide light, watching this person I'd shared dinner with just hours before fight for his life. His face was contorted, eyes rolled back, foam and vomit mixing at the corners of his mouth. His skin had taken on a greyish tint that didn't look human. Then suddenly he stopped screaming. The convulsions slowed, then ceased altogether. For a brief, hopeful moment, I thought he might be recovering. But the farmer and his wife exchanged a look I'll never forget, a look of knowing resignation. They carefully lifted him, the farmer taking his shoulders, the son his feet, and carried him toward the house. The girl followed, still sobbing but quieter now, a hollow, broken sound. The farmer's wife turned to me and said in slow, deliberate Spanish so I would understand, "Vuelve a dormir. No hay nada que puedas hacer. Go back to sleep, there's nothing you can do." I retreated to my tent, but sleep was impossible. I lay there in the darkness, listening to the occasional sounds from the house, the girls' muffled crying, low voices speaking in rapid Spanish, and sometimes, faintly, groans of pain that told me the guy was still alive, at least for now. My mind raced with questions. What had happened to him? Was it a snake bite? Some kind of poison? Should I try to get help? But help was at least 15 miles down a mountain trail, in terrain I couldn't safely navigate in the dark. By the time I could reach anyone, it would probably be too late. I felt helpless, useless, and terrified that whatever had gotten him might come for me next. Eventually, the sounds from the house grew quieter, and at some point, I must have fallen into a restless sleep. When I woke at first light, my body ached with tension. I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the misty morning air, expecting to see the aftermath of the night's horror. But what I saw, or rather didn't see, was even more disturbing. The spot where the couple's tent had been was empty. Not just empty. There was no sign they had ever been there at all. No tent, no backpacks, nothing. I looked toward the farmer's house, but it appeared deserted. No smoke from the cooking fire, no movement, no sound. I called out cautiously, but no one answered. I approached the house, but the door was shut, and I couldn't bring myself to knock. Something felt deeply wrong. I returned to my tent and packed up quickly. I left some money, probably too much, where the kitchen area had been, weighed down with a stone so it wouldn't blow away. I shouldered my pack and continued on the trail, my steps quick and nervous. The beautiful scenery I'd admired the day before now seemed ominous, the shadows among the trees hiding potential dangers. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. After several hours of hiking, I reached a small village. It wasn't much, A dusty main street with a few buildings, a tiny church, and a small plaza where some older men were playing dominoes. I approached them, desperate for human contact and information. In my broken Spanish, I asked if they'd heard what happened at the farm back on the trail. They exchanged glances, and one man, grey-haired, deeply wrinkled, methodically chewing coca leaves, looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. Se murió en la noche, he said matter-of-factly. He died in the night. Se lo llevaron en el burro. They took him out on the donkey. I asked about the girl, but they just shrugged. No one had seen her. I never found out her name or what happened to her after that night. Did she continue on the trail alone? Did she go back to town? Is she okay? I ended my trek early. I couldn't bear to continue, not with the sounds of that man's screams still echoing in my head. I caught a bus back to Cusco and changed my flight to leave Peru as soon as possible. To this day, I don't know what exactly happened on the Choquecaido trail. Was it a snake bite? Some kind of poisonous insect? A toxic plant? Or something else entirely? All I know is that I lay there in my tent that night, listening to a man's very last breaths on earth, and I did nothing. I still wake up sometimes in a cold sweat, hearing those screams. I wonder about the girl with the braided hair, if she's still out there somewhere, carrying the same burden of that night. And I wonder what the farmer and his family know that I don't. Why they seem to recognize what was happening, why they weren't surprised. I haven't gone hiking since... Story 12. I've been debating for weeks whether to post this here, but I need to get it off my chest, and this seems like the only place where people might not think I'm completely nuts. Growing up, my dad and I always had this connection to things most people couldn't see or feel. He called us physical mediums. Basically, we could sense spirits, and sometimes they could interact with us physically. I know how that sounds, but when you live with it your whole life, it becomes as normal as having blue eyes or being left-handed. Our house was never completely empty. We had two female spirits that were regulars. One was this young girl who was calm and seemed to want to help, and then there was this woman in her 20s who was unpredictable and sometimes downright chaotic. They came and went over the years, but they were such a constant that my mum and sister, who couldn't see them but definitely felt their presence, would sometimes blame missing items on them. And honestly, they weren't wrong most of the time. Everything changed when my dad got sick. The cancer diagnosis came out of nowhere. Stage 4, already spread to multiple organs. The doctors gave him 6 months, but my dad being stubborn, he fought for almost a year. We converted our living room into his bedroom since he couldn't handle the stairs anymore, and our whole family routine revolved around his care. I remember this one day so clearly. It was about 4 months after his diagnosis. The weather matched our mood, grey, drizzling, and just heavy. Dad was having an okay morning, so my mum had run to the pharmacy to pick up his new prescriptions. My sister was at school, and I was supposed to be working from home, but kept checking on Dad every 15 minutes. Around 11 in the morning, Dad started getting agitated. His meds were wearing off, and the pain was creeping back in. He asked me to go upstairs to grab his journal from his old nightstand. He'd been writing letters to us for after, though we never directly acknowledged that's what they were. I ran upstairs, found the journal, and was about to head back down when I heard my dad talking. At first, I thought he was on the phone, but then I realized he was having a full conversation, pausing, as if listening to responses. I froze on the stairs, not wanting to interrupt. I could only hear bits and pieces. "No," she went upstairs. "I know you've been around more lately. Is it getting close? Please look after them when..." A chill ran through me. I stayed there for maybe 5 minutes, clutching his journal, not sure if I should go down or give him privacy with whoever, whatever he was talking to. Finally, I heard him call my name. I went down, trying to act normal, handing him the journal. He looked at me strangely. "Where were you just now?" he asked, his voice raspy. "Upstairs, getting your journal like you asked," I replied. He shook his head slowly. No, I saw you walk to the bathroom just a minute ago. I thought you were in the kitchen. My skin prickled. Dad, I've been upstairs the whole time. His eyes widened slightly, then he gave me a knowing look. She's back, he said quietly. I didn't have to ask which one. From his calm demeanor, I knew it was the young girl, the helpful one. That night was one of Dad's worst. The pain medication wasn't working, and he was sweating through his sheets despite the room being cold. Mom was exhausted from being up the night before, so I told her I'd take the overnight shift. Around 2 in the morning, Dad was in so much pain. He was gripping the sides of the hospital bed we'd rented, his knuckles white. I was sitting beside him, my hand on his leg, trying to provide any comfort I could, feeling completely helpless. The house was deadly quiet except for the hum of his oxygen machine and his labored breathing. That's when the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Dad's eyes were closed in pain, but suddenly he relaxed slightly and opened them, looking toward the doorway. I followed his gaze, and there she was. The young girl. She looked about 14 or 15, wearing what seemed like clothes from the 1970s, a simple dress, hair in a loose ponytail. She wasn't transparent or ghostly like in movies. She looked solid, just slightly dimmer than a real person, like someone standing in shadow. She moved toward us, and I felt frozen in place, not out of fear, but something else, a strange sense of reverence. She approached Dad's bedside, opposite from where I was sitting. For the first time in all these years, she looked directly at me and smiled. Then she reached out and placed her hand on top of mine, where it rested on Dad's leg. Her hand felt cool, but not cold, substantial, but somehow lighter than it should be. She gently lifted my hand and replaced it with her own. The change in Dad was immediate and astonishing. His whole body relaxed. The grimace of pain disappeared from his face, and he took a deep, easy breath for the first time in weeks. His eyes were clear as he looked at her. "Thank you," he whispered. She nodded. I sat there, unable to move, as this spirit comforted my dying father in a way no medication or human touch could. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, she removed her hand and stepped back. Dad drifted into a peaceful sleep almost immediately, the first real sleep he'd had in days. She looked at me again, gave a slight nod, and then simply faded, not walking away, but gradually becoming less present until she was gone. I didn't tell my mom what happened that night. How could I explain that a ghost had eased Dad's pain when morphine couldn't? But from that night on, the young spirit was around more frequently. She'd appear during Dad's worst moments of pain, sometimes just standing in the corner of the room, sometimes close enough to touch him. And each time she was near, Dad seemed to breathe easier. Dad knew she was there even when he couldn't see her. Sometimes he'd just say, "She's here," and smile slightly, even before I noticed her presence. He started calling her his guardian angel, though we both knew she was something else entirely. The chaotic woman disappeared completely during this time. It was like she knew her energy wasn't helpful and had stepped back. My dad died on a Tuesday afternoon, with all of us around him. It was as peaceful as dying from cancer can be, and standing behind us all, visible only to me by that point, was the young girl, her expression sad, but somehow resolute, like she'd completed an important task. After Dad died, both spirits seemed to vanish from our house. We assumed they'd moved on, maybe even with him. My mom sold the house about 6 months later. None of us wanted to stay there with all those memories. For almost 3 years, I didn't experience anything paranormal. It was like that part of me had shut down when Dad died. I figured maybe my sensitivity had been connected to him somehow, or maybe I'd just closed myself off to it because it hurt too much. Then last year I was going through some old family photos and found a picture I'd never seen before. It was from the previous owners of our house, included in some paperwork my mom had kept. The photo showed the family in front of our house in the 1970s, and there she was, the young girl. Except in this photo, she was alive, smiling with her family. I flipped the photo over and there was writing, Emily, age 15, summer 1975. With shaking hands, I searched online for information about the previous owners. It didn't take long to find the tragic story. Emily had died in 1975 from an accidental fall. Down those same stairs I used to run up and down. She was their only child. Her parents had stayed in the house until they died in the early 90s, which is when my parents bought it. But here's the part that made everything click into place, in a way that still gives me chills. I found Emily's high school yearbook photo online from the year before she died. The typical school portrait. But there was something in her eyes I recognized. Then I found her diary entries that her parents had shared with the local historical society documenting life in our town. In these entries, Emily wrote about struggling with severe mood swings, periods of calm helpfulness alternating with chaotic outbursts. She described herself as two people living in one body, one a caretaker, the other destructive and angry. That's when I understood. The two spirits in our house, they weren't two separate entities. They were two aspects of the same person, Emily, manifesting separately after death as she couldn't in life. I drive by our old house sometimes. The new owners have repainted it and changed the landscaping, but it still feels familiar in a way that aches. And sometimes, if I look at the upstairs window at just the right moment, I can see her watching. Not the chaotic woman, but not entirely the calm girl either. Just Emily, somehow both at once. I've never gone back inside, never introduced myself to the new owners. What would I say? Hi, I used to live here. And by the way, the ghost of your house helped my dad die peacefully. But sometimes I wonder if she's waiting for me to come back. Or maybe she's just watching over that place, like she watched over my dad, making sure everyone inside is okay. Dad would understand. He'd probably tell me to go knock on the door, introduce myself properly. She chose to help, he'd say. The least you can do is say thank you. Maybe someday I will, but for now I just drive by occasionally and give a little nod to the window where she stands. A small acknowledgement between two people who understand what it means to exist between worlds. Story 13. I can't shake what happened to me last summer. It's been months now, but I still wake up sometimes hearing that sound, that rhythmic splashing that had no business existing in an empty pool. I was working nights at Hanson's Hardware in our small town, population barely 2,000, and living in this weird old apartment building that used to be the YMCA back in the 70s and 80s before they built the new rec center across town. The rent was dirt cheap, which was perfect for me since I was saving up for community college. The landlord, this elderly guy named Mr. Pritchard, had converted the top 2 floors into apartments, but the bottom floor still had all this leftover YMCA stuff. A half-gutted basketball court with most of the floorboards pulled up, some abandoned locker rooms, and this Olympic-sized swimming pool. The pool area had been closed for renovation the entire 8 months I'd lived there. Everyone in the building knew that was total BS, just Mr. Pritchard's way of saying he wasn't going to spend the money to either restore it or fill it in properly. All the entrances had those heavy-duty chains with padlocks on them. I'd peek through the small windows sometimes when walking by, but it was always dark in there, and honestly, I never gave it much thought. Until that night in July, I'd been pulling doubles at the hardware store because another guy quit without notice. My shift had ended around 11, and I'd stopped at the gas station for a coffee on the way home. Stupid decision because I was already running on fumes. By 2 in the morning, I was still wide awake, staring at my ceiling, listening to my ancient box fan rattle away. I finally gave up and decided to walk around the building a bit. Maybe tire myself out. The hallways in that place were always freezing, even in summer, and had this musty smell that was oddly comforting. The building was quiet, except for old Mrs. Carpenter's TV that she always left on, even when sleeping. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was walking, just wandering, trying to burn off that jittery caffeine energy. That's when I noticed something off about one of the side doors leading to the pool area. The chain was hanging loose, the padlock opened, the door was cracked open about 6 inches. I stood there for a moment staring at it. In 8 months, I'd never seen any of those doors unlocked. Maybe Mr. Pritchard had finally decided to start those renovations, but at 2 in the morning, that didn't make sense. I should have just gone back to my apartment. That would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, I pushed the door open wider and slipped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell. This weird combination of chlorine and dust, like someone had dumped pool chemicals into an attic that hadn't been opened in decades. My eyes took a minute to adjust to the darkness. The only light came from these old emergency exit signs mounted high on the walls. Most of them were burnt out, but one near the far end was still working, casting this dim red glow across the water. And yeah, that was the shocking part. There was water in the pool, not completely full, maybe half capacity, but definitely not empty like I'd always assumed. The surface was almost black in the low light, perfectly still like glass. The whole room hummed, not in a metaphorical way. There was an actual electrical hum coming from somewhere, probably that exit sign on some kind of timer or backup generator. The sound bounced off the tile walls, creating this low, constant drone that made the empty space feel even more abandoned. I walked along the edge of the pool, my footsteps echoing. There were these plastic chairs stacked against one wall, covered in dust. The diving board had been removed, leaving just metal brackets where it used to be attached. Everything felt frozen in time, like everyone had just suddenly left mid-swim decades ago. For some reason, I decided to sit on the edge of the deep end, rolling up my sweatpants and dangling my feet. I didn't put them in the water. Even in my caffeine-addled state, I knew that was probably a bad idea. The water looked murky, and who knows what chemicals were still in there or what might have fallen in over the years. I just sat there for a few minutes, listening to the hum of the exit sign, feeling the cool air against my skin. It was peaceful, in a strange way. Just me alone in this forgotten space that used to be full of life and noise. That's when I heard it. A splash, not a drip, not a pipe settling, a splash. The unmistakable sound of somebody diving into water. I jerked my head up so fast I nearly lost my balance and fell in. My heart instantly kicked into overdrive, hammering against my ribs. The water in front of me was rippling intensely, waves slapping against the tiled edge of the pool. It looked exactly like the water movement you'd see after someone dove in and started swimming away. I could hear it, the steady rhythm of strong arms cutting through water, the splashing becoming more regular, like someone doing laps. I froze completely, my brain struggling to make sense of what was happening. I waited for a head to break the surface, for someone to laugh and say "gotcha" or yell at me for trespassing. But there was nothing. Just the sounds of swimming in what appeared to be an empty pool. The splashing continued, moving away from me toward the shallow end. I could track the movement by the ripples in the water, illuminated by that eerie red exit light. The splashing sounds made a perfect lap, then turned and started coming back toward me. My voice finally returned, and I managed to croak out, "Hello? Is someone there?" The swimming sounds stopped instantly. The water continued rippling for a few seconds, then gradually settled until it was perfectly flat again. No drips on the tile, no wet footprints, nothing, just me and the sound of my pulse throbbing in my ears. I stayed completely still, afraid to move. The hum of the exit sign suddenly seemed 10 times louder in the silence. I stared at the water, waiting for something, anything, to happen, but it remained still, like a dark mirror reflecting the red glow from above. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two, I slowly stood up, keeping my eyes on the water the entire time. I backed away, step by step, feeling like if I moved too quickly or turned my back, I might see something I really didn't want to see. When I reached the door, I slipped out and pulled it firmly shut behind me. The chain was still there, hanging loose. I threaded it through the handles and secured the padlock, even though it hadn't been locked when I arrived. It felt important somehow, like I needed to contain whatever was in there. I practically ran back to my apartment, locked the door, and turned on every light I had. Sleep was out of the question now. I sat on my bed until sunrise, trying to rationalize what I'd experienced. Maybe it was the pipes. Maybe the filtration system kicked on automatically. Maybe my sleep-deprived, caffeine-saturated brain had manufactured the whole thing. But I knew what I'd heard. Those weren't mechanical sounds or my imagination. That was the sound of somebody swimming, somebody who never surfaced. The next day, I waited until I saw Tom, one of the older tenants who'd lived in the building for almost 15 years, getting his mail. I tried to be casual, asking if he knew anything about the pool, if Mr. Pritchard ever used it or maintained it. Tom just shrugged and said, "Someone drowned in that pool once. Nobody uses it now." Then he just walked away like he'd told me about the weather forecast, leaving me standing there with my mouth half open. I wanted to run after him, to ask for details, to confirm what I'd experienced, but something held me back. Maybe I didn't really want to know. I've been in the building 5 more months since that night. Sometimes I take the long way around to avoid passing those chained doors. Other times I find myself drawn to them, pressing my ear against the metal, listening. The chains have remained locked tight. I check every time, but sometimes, usually around 2 or 3 in the morning when the building is silent, I swear I can hear it again. That rhythmic splashing muffled by the doors and walls, but unmistakable. The sound of someone swimming laps in a pool that shouldn't be in use, swimming endlessly, like they're trapped there, like they never got out. I'm moving out next month. Found a new place closer to the community college. I haven't told anyone else about what I experienced. Who would believe me? But sometimes I wonder about the next tenant who might wander the halls late at night, who might find that chain unlocked, that door slightly ajar, inviting them in. And I wonder if they'll hear it too. The swimmer who never surfaces. Story 14. I am still shaken by what happened to me when I was 11. It's been over 15 years, and I've never been able to explain it. I've tried to rationalize it, but nothing makes sense. I'm sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. My grandparents lived in this old farmhouse that was literally in the middle of nowhere. I mean, the closest neighbor was about 2 miles away. The property was surrounded by dense woods, and at night it was pitch black outside. It was the kind of place where if you screamed at the top of your lungs, nobody would hear you. Just trees, darkness, and silence. Whenever we visited, all the kids had to sleep in this back storage room. It wasn't really a bedroom, more like a catch-all space where my grandparents kept everything they couldn't bear to throw away. The room was stuffed with cardboard boxes full of old family photos, toys from when my mom was a kid, and clothes nobody had worn in decades. One wall near the door had this massive standing freezer that made this constant humming noise. My grandpa always joked that the freezer made enough noise to wake the dead. As a kid, I never found that funny. That freezer would sometimes make these sudden, loud, clunking sounds in the middle of the night that would jolt you awake, your heart pounding. The sleeping arrangement in that room was 2 beds pushed against the back wall, a queen-sized bed on this really old, tall metal frame that creaked if you so much as breathed too hard, and a twin bed shoved into the corner. Between the beds was a small nightstand with one of those touch lamps that had 3 brightness settings. But the worst part of that room was this weird walk-in closet. It wasn't used for clothes, just more boxes of stuff nobody looked at anymore. The closet had no door, just a dark opening, On nights when the moon was bright, the light would come through the window and hit those boxes just right, creating shadows that looked exactly like a man wearing a top hat, standing perfectly still in the corner. If you stared at it long enough, which I stupidly did many times, the shadow would seem to change, becoming something more sinister. The longer you looked, the more it seemed to move. Being the oldest cousin, I always got stuck sleeping closest to that closet. Everyone thought I was brave, but inside I was terrified every single time. This one particular summer night when I was 11, my younger brother, who was 8, and my cousin, who was 9, were all tucked in for the night. The adults had said goodnight, turned off the lights, and closed the door. That night was especially dark. No moonlight at all came through the windows. It was the kind of darkness where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. My brother and cousin fell asleep almost immediately. I could hear their steady breathing, occasionally interrupted by my brother's light snoring. I lay there wide awake, feeling uncomfortable. The room felt different that night. Colder, heavier somehow. I kept staring toward where I knew the closet was, even though I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I must have been lying there for about an hour when I heard it, a loud crash from inside the closet, like several boxes falling over. My whole body went rigid. I squinted, trying to see into the darkness, and that's when I noticed them. 2 red, beady eyes staring directly at me from the back of the closet. They weren't like animal eyes reflecting light. There was no light to reflect. They were glowing on their own, a deep, burning red. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. My breath caught in my throat as those eyes seemed to move closer. I finally managed to pull the blanket over my head, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. That's when the bed began to shake. Not just trembling, it was violent, like someone was grabbing the metal frame and deliberately trying to tip it over. The old metal screeched and groaned under the force. My cousin woke up beside me, groggy at first. "Stop shaking the bed," she mumbled. I was frozen under my blanket, not moving a muscle. The shaking continued, growing more intense. I said, "Stop," she repeated, but then she realized I was lying completely still next to her. I heard her quick intake of breath as she understood what was happening. The bed was shaking on its own. She let out this piercing scream that still haunts me. The door flew open seconds later, and my uncle rushed in, flipping on the overhead light. The moment the light came on, the bed stopped moving. Completely. It was as if nothing had happened. "What's going on in here?" my uncle demanded, looking annoyed. My cousin was sobbing, trying to explain between gasps that the bed was shaking by itself. I just sat there, still paralyzed with fear, staring at the closet. In the light, it looked normal, just a pile of old boxes. No red eyes, no movement. My uncle thought we were just jumping on the bed and making up stories. All the adults assumed we were being typical kids, trying to scare each other in the dark. Despite our protests, they decided to separate us. They moved me to the twin bed in the corner, while my cousin and brother stayed in the queen bed. My uncle gave us a stern warning about no more fooling around and left, leaving only the touch lamp on its dimmest setting. I lay in that twin bed, as far from the closet as possible in that small room, listening to my cousin's occasional sniffles as she calmed down. My brother had barely woken up during the commotion and was already snoring again. I kept my eyes fixed on that lamp, too scared to look anywhere else. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into an uneasy sleep. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. The lamp was off. The room was pitch black again, but I knew immediately something was wrong. I felt this overwhelming weight on my body, like I was being pressed into the mattress. I tried to move my arms, my legs, anything, but I couldn't. It was like I was paralyzed. Then I felt it, what seemed like hundreds of tiny feet crawling all over me. It felt like mice or rats running across my body, over my legs, my stomach, my chest. I could feel them through the blanket, little pinpricks of pressure moving in chaotic patterns all over me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat felt closed up, like something was pressing down on it. Through the thin blanket, I could see movement at the foot of the bed. Something small was scurrying up from my feet toward my face. In the darkness, I could make out those same red, beady eyes I'd seen in the closet earlier. The creature, whatever it was, wasn't much bigger than a rat, but it moved in a way that wasn't natural. It seemed to jerk and twitch as it crawled up my body, those red eyes never blinking, fixed on my face. I squeezed my eyes shut as it reached my chest, too terrified to look anymore. I was certain I was about to die. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might explode. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just lay there, eyes closed tight, feeling the weight of whatever it was sitting on my chest, feeling its presence inches from my face. I don't remember falling back asleep. I don't remember the weight lifting. All I know is that when I opened my eyes again, sunlight was streaming through the windows. My brother and cousin were still asleep in the queen bed. The closet was just a closet, filled with boxes casting ordinary shadows in the morning light. The freezer hummed its regular rhythm. I never told anyone what happened that night. Not the full story, anyway. What would be the point? They'd just say it was a nightmare or my imagination running wild. Years later, when I was in my 20s, I was helping my mum sort through some old photos, and I mentioned that storage room. I casually said how much I'd hated sleeping in there as a kid. My mom got this strange look on her face and went quiet for a moment. "I always hated that room too," she finally said. "When I was about your age, I used to see things in there, feel things." She hesitated, then added, "The bed would shake sometimes, and there were these eyes." I felt a cold chill run through my body. My mother had experienced the exact same thing decades before me in that same room, yet she had still let us sleep there, knowing what might be waiting for us in the dark. I asked her why she never warned us or insisted we sleep somewhere else. She just shrugged and said, "I thought it was just me. I thought I was imagining things." But we weren't imagining it. Something was in that storage room. Something that had been there for generations, watching, waiting in that closet. Something with red eyes that could make the bed shake and could crawl across your body in the darkness. My grandparents sold that house years ago. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners use that storage room as a bedroom. If their children wake up in the night, paralyzed with fear, staring into glowing red eyes. I wonder if they feel the bed shake, if they feel those tiny feet crawling over them in the darkness. I still can't sleep with my closet door open. I still wake up sometimes feeling that weight on my chest, that sense of being watched. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear the distant sound of that old freezer humming in the darkness, making enough noise to wake the dead. Story 15. I grew up in a small river town that most people probably couldn't find on a map. It wasn't much, but it had character. The kind of place where everybody knows everybody and their business. The town's main landmark was this old bridge that stretched across the river, connecting our side to the slightly more developed area where people would go for shopping and whatnot. Near that bridge stood the abandoned flour mill. Not flour for baking, flour as in they used to process and package flours there decades ago before the business went under in the 70s. It was this massive, deteriorating brick building with broken windows and faded lettering on the side. As kids, we'd dare each other to go near it, making up stories about it being haunted or housing some crazy old hermit. You know how kids are. I never gave much thought to the place until something happened when I was about 7 or 8 years old. It was summer, probably around July, and my family was having a picnic by the river. It was one of those perfect summer days, not too hot, with a nice breeze coming off the water. My parents were chatting with some family friends. My older sister was off with her friends, and I was bored out of my mind. With no one paying attention to me, I decided to explore. The abandoned mill wasn't far from our picnic spot, maybe a couple 100 yards upriver. I remember walking along the shoreline, picking up rocks and tossing them in the water, gradually making my way toward the building. I still don't know what possessed me to actually go inside. Maybe it was just childish curiosity or the thrill of doing something forbidden. The main door was boarded up, but there was a broken window at ground level that I could easily climb through. I remember hesitating for a moment, looking back at the picnic to make sure no one was watching me, then squeezing through the opening. The inside was cooler than outside, and it smelled like dust and old wood. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, casting these weird angular beams through the dusty air. The main floor was mostly empty, except for some old machinery parts and debris. It was eerily quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, if that makes any sense. I wandered around for a bit, feeling both scared and excited. There were old desks in what must have been an office area, some fallen ceiling tiles, and graffiti on the walls from teenagers who'd been there before me. I found a staircase and was about to head up when I noticed a hallway I hadn't seen before. It was darker than the rest of the building, with fewer windows. Something about it made the hairs on my arms stand up. But I was a curious kid. I walked down the hallway slowly, my sneakers crunching on broken glass and debris. The walls were lined with what looked like old storage rooms, most with their doors hanging off the hinges or missing entirely. At the end of the hallway was a door that looked different from the others. It was intact, for one thing, and painted a faded green color, while the others were just plain wood. I remember stopping about 20 feet away from it, suddenly feeling like I shouldn't go any closer. That's when it happened. The door, that faded green door that had probably been closed for decades, slowly creaked open by itself. Just a few inches at first, then wider, like someone was pushing it from the other side. But there was nobody there. I could see into the room from where I stood, and it was empty except for some shelves and what might have been an old desk. I stood frozen, unable to move or even call out. Then something rolled out from the doorway, an old baseball, dirty and scuffed, like it had been left there for years. It rolled out into the hallway and then started bouncing toward me, not just rolling, bouncing like someone had given it a light toss. I watched it bounce once, twice, 3 times as it moved down the hallway in my direction. When it got about halfway to me, I finally broke out of my trance and ran. I ran as fast as I could back through the building, scraping my arm as I squeezed back through the broken window and didn't stop until I reached our picnic spot. My mum yelled at me for wandering off, but I didn't tell her where I'd been or what I'd seen. I couldn't find the words. For years I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the floor was uneven, causing the ball to roll that way. But deep down, I knew better. I mostly forgot about the incident as I grew up. Life went on, and the mill became just another backdrop in our town. But when I was in high school, I think I was 16 at the time, something else happened that brought it all rushing back. I was home alone one evening, walking down the hallway to my bedroom. It was winter, already dark outside, and I'd just gotten home from basketball practice. As I passed the bathroom, I suddenly felt like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over my head. Not actual water, I wasn't wet, but that sensation of coldness washing over me. I stopped in my tracks, and that's when I saw them. At the end of the hallway, where my parents' bedroom door was open, there were 2 children standing side by side, a boy and a girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing clothes that looked old-fashioned, the boy in shorts with suspenders and the girl in a simple dress with a collar. They were pale, with dark hair, and they were looking right at me. I blinked, and they were gone. Just like that. I stood there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I finally worked up the courage to check my parents' room, but of course, it was empty. I never told my parents about that either. What would I say? That I saw ghost children in our house? They'd think I was crazy or on drugs or something, but I knew what I saw, even if it was just for a split second. After that, I started noticing little things around the house. Items not being where I'd left them, doors I was sure I'd closed being open, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. Nothing as dramatic as seeing those children again, but enough to keep me on edge. I mostly managed to push these experiences to the back of my mind as I got older. I went to college, moved back to my hometown afterward. Jobs are scarce and rent is cheap, and tried to live a normal life. I even started dating this girl, Melissa, who I'd gone to high school with but never really talked to back then. Then, a few summers ago, something happened that I still can't explain. Melissa and I had gone to Dairy Queen on a hot August night. We'd gotten our ice cream and decided to eat in my car with the AC running because it was still sweltering outside, even though it was after 9 at night. We were just sitting there, talking about some movie we wanted to see, when something caught my eye. On the dashboard was an empty cup with a plastic spoon still in it from earlier in the day. As we were talking, the spoon, which had been completely still, suddenly spun around in the cup. Not just shifted or moved a little, it literally rotated a full 360 in the cup, like someone had reached out and twirled it. Melissa saw it too. She stopped mid-sentence and looked at me with wide eyes. "Did you see that?" she asked. I nodded, not knowing what to say. We both stared at the cup, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't, but the damage was done. We were both freaked out. On the drive back to her place, I finally told her about the baseball in the mill and the children I'd seen in my hallway. I expected her to laugh or think I was making it up, but instead, she got really quiet. When I finished, she told me her grandmother used to talk about the flour mill being built on the site of an old schoolhouse that had burned down in the 1920s. Apparently, several children had died in the fire. I don't know if that's true or just local legend, but it made me think about that baseball rolling toward me all those years ago. Had it belonged to one of those children? Were the kids I saw in my hallway somehow connected to the mill? I've tried researching the history of our town and the mill since then. There was indeed a fire at a schoolhouse in 1924, though records about casualties are spotty at best. The flour mill was built in 1930, and it operated until 1972 when it closed down. Nothing as dramatic as seeing ghost children has happened since that night at Dairy Queen, but sometimes I still get the feeling of being watched. Occasionally, I'll hear what sounds like a child laughing when I'm home alone, or I'll find something moved from where I left it. I drive past that old mill almost every day on my way to work. Most days I barely notice it. It's just part of the landscape now. But sometimes, especially if I'm alone or it's getting dark, I can't help but look at those broken windows and wonder if something is looking back at me. That baseball still gives me chills when I think about it. The way it bounced toward me down that empty hallway, as if someone was playing catch with me. I've never gone back inside the mill, and I don't think I ever will. Some doors, both literal and figurative, are better left closed. I still can't explain any of it. Maybe there are rational explanations for everything I experienced. An uneven floor, overactive imagination, a gust of wind through the car's vents. But deep down, I know what I saw. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if that baseball is still there in that hallway waiting for someone else to come along and play. Story 16. I still can't believe it's been 7 years since that night at Kelly's house. I've tried to explain what happened to other people, but they either think I'm making it up or they get so freaked out they don't want to hear the rest. I'm not sure why I'm even writing this down now. Maybe because I still wake up sometimes feeling those burning sensations on my skin. Kelly and I had been friends since middle school, and I'd stayed at her house dozens of times before. She lived in this older 2-story house that always felt a little off to me, but I never said anything. You know how it is. You don't want to insult someone's home. But Kelly had mentioned several times that her upstairs bedroom was haunted by what she called an unfriendly elderly man. I always thought she was just trying to scare me or make things interesting. I mean, we were teenagers, ghost stories were our thing. That particular weekend, her parents were home, but mostly keeping to themselves. It was summer break, hot as hell outside, and we'd spent most of the day at the community pool before heading back to her place for a movie night. Everything seemed normal at first. We made popcorn, talked about boys from school, the usual stuff. When it got late, we went upstairs to her bedroom. It was a pretty standard room, desk against the wall, dresser with a mirror, posters of bands we liked. Nothing that screamed haunted. Kelly seemed a bit on edge though, which wasn't like her. She kept glancing at the corner of the room near the closet. "You okay?" I asked, spreading my sleeping bag on the floor next to her bed. "Yeah, fine," she said, but her voice had this weird tension to it. "Just tired." We got into our beds and turned off the light. It must have been around 11:30 or so. I was scrolling through my phone, and Kelly was doing the same. The house had settled into that nighttime quiet, where you can hear every little sound. That's when it started. At first I thought it was just the house making normal house noises, you know, the settling and creaking old houses do. But then I realized what I was hearing was much more deliberate. It sounded like someone was scratching at the carpet, right by the foot of my sleeping bag. Scratch, 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 like fingernails dragging slowly across the fibers. I froze, my whole body going rigid. The scratching continued, moving closer toward my head. "Kelly," I whispered, my voice tight with fear. "Do you hear that?" She was quiet for a moment, then said in a flat voice, "It's nothing, just ignore it." The way she said it, so resigned, like she'd been through this 1,000 times, made my skin crawl even more than the scratching. "What do you mean, ignore it?" I hissed. "There's something—" "Just ignore it," she repeated more firmly. "It'll stop eventually." But it didn't stop. For about 10 minutes that scratching continued, sometimes moving to different parts of the room. I was clutching my phone so hard my knuckles were white, using its light to scan the floor around me. There was nothing visible causing the sound, but I could hear it clear as day. Then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the desk drawer across the room slowly rolled open by itself. Not like it was unlatched and gravity pulled it. It rolled out smoothly, deliberately, like someone was pulling it. I bolted upright in my sleeping bag. Did you see that? Kelly was sitting up too, staring at the drawer. "Yeah," she whispered. "Kelly, what the hell is going on?" My voice was shaking now. I was beyond freaked out. She finally turned to look at me, and in the dim light from our phones I could see she was terrified too. "I told you this room was haunted." "We need to get out of here," I said, already scrambling to my feet. "Can we sleep downstairs? Please?" She nodded quickly. "Yeah, let's go." We grabbed our phones and pillows and practically ran down the stairs to the living room. I was shaking so hard I could barely hold onto my stuff. The living room had this big L-shaped couch, and we both piled onto it, pulling the throw blankets over us. "Has that happened before?" I asked, still trying to process what I'd just witnessed. Kelly nodded. "The drawer thing. Yeah. Sometimes things move around. Sometimes there are other things." "What other things?" I demanded. She shrugged but wouldn't meet my eyes. "Just weird stuff. Cold spots. Things going missing. That scratching sound." I wanted to be angry that she hadn't warned me more explicitly, but I was too scared to work up any other emotion. We sat in silence for a minute, both of us jumping at every little sound the house made. Then we heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming from the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. Slow and measured, like someone taking their time, enjoying our fear. But there was no one there. I could see the bottom of the staircase from where I was sitting, and it was empty. Kelly reached for the TV remote with trembling hands and turned it on, cranking up the volume to drown out the sound. We huddled together, pulling the blankets up to our chins like kids. The footsteps continued for a while, then stopped. Neither of us mentioned it, like if we didn't talk about it, maybe it wasn't real. Eventually, the late hour and the emotional exhaustion caught up with us. I remember fighting to stay awake, terrified of what might happen if I closed my eyes, but at some point I must have drifted off. I wish I had stayed awake. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but the TV was still on, casting a blue glow across the living room. Kelly was asleep beside me, her breathing deep and regular, but I couldn't move, not a finger, not an eyelid. Sleep paralysis. I'd had it once before, years earlier, and recognized the terrifying sensation of being trapped in my own body. But this was different, because I wasn't alone. There was an old man on top of me, not just near me, directly on top of me, straddling my body, his weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. His face was inches from mine, wrinkled and spotted with age, his eyes sunken but glinting with a terrible amusement. He was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nightshirt, yellowed with age and stained with what I hoped was just tobacco, and he was laughing. Not loudly, more like a wheezing chuckle, his breath hot and rancid on my face, smelling of cigarettes and something rotting. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely frozen. Then he raised his hand, and I saw he was holding a lit cigarette. The ember at the end glowed bright orange in the darkness. He brought it closer to my arm, his eyes never leaving mine, that horrible smile widening to show yellowed, crooked teeth. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered, his voice like sandpaper. "This is my house." I felt the heat from the cigarette as he lowered it toward my skin. The pain was instant and shocking, a burning, searing sensation on my forearm. I was screaming in my head, begging for help, but no sound came out. He pressed the cigarette down again and again, each time in a different spot, laughing softly as he did it. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, blessedly, something broke the paralysis. Maybe Kelly shifted beside me, or maybe the paralysis just ran its course. I gasped awake, sitting bolt upright on the couch, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst from my chest. Kelly stirred beside me, mumbling something in her sleep. I was drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably. It was just a nightmare, I told myself. Just a horrible, vivid nightmare brought on by the weird events earlier. Then I looked down at my arm. There were small, round red marks where I'd felt the burning. They weren't blisters or actual burns, more like the reddened marks you get from pressing something hot against your skin for just a second. But they were there, exactly where I'd felt the pain in my dream. I must have made some sound of distress, because Kelly's mom appeared in the doorway to the living room, wearing a bathrobe and looking concerned. "Everything okay in here?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. I heard someone cry out. I couldn't speak. I just held out my arm, showing her the marks. She came closer, peering at my skin in the dim light. Then she looked at my face, her expression unreadable. "What did he look like?" she asked quietly. The question sent a chill through me. Not what happened, or how did you get those marks, but what did he look like? Like she knew exactly who had visited me. In a shaking voice, I described the old man, the nightshirt, the cigarette, his leathery face and yellowed teeth. She nodded slowly, her face grim. "He's been doing that to me for years," she said matter-of-factly, like we were discussing a neighbor with an annoying habit. "Usually when I'm alone in the house, guess he's branching out." She said it so calmly, so resigned, that it terrified me more than if she'd been frightened. This was normal to them. This was just something they lived with. I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as it was morning, I called my mom to come get me, making up some excuse about feeling sick. I couldn't tell her the truth. How could I? I never stayed at Kelly's house again after that night. Our friendship drifted apart over the next year. It's hard to stay close when you're avoiding someone's home like it's a plague zone. The marks on my arm faded after a couple of days, but sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can smell cigarette smoke and hear that soft, wheezing laugh. Kelly moved away a couple years after that night. I sometimes wonder if they told the new owners about their unwanted house guest. I wonder if he's still there, waiting for the next person to fall asleep in his house. Story 17. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. Not really. Sure, I've had weird dreams, moments of déjà vu, and the occasional gut feeling that turned out to be right, but nothing that couldn't be explained away by coincidence or psychology or whatever. At least, that's what I used to think until about 10 years ago, when something happened that I still can't explain. For some background, I've been with my husband for 15 years now. When we met, his mum Sarah was already a widow. His dad, everyone called him Sonny, had died suddenly 2 years before I came into the picture. Heart attack out of nowhere. He was only 56. I never got to meet him, but I'd seen plenty of photos around Sarah's house. Sonny with his arm around Sarah, Sonny teaching my husband to fish, Sonny in his garden. From everything I heard, he was a really good guy, kind of quiet, loved the outdoors, always ready with a terrible dad joke. Sarah was the complete opposite, loud, always talking, the kind of woman who knew everyone in town and never met a stranger. She and Sonny were notorious for throwing these big parties where they'd smoke weed with their friends. Something my husband found mortifying as a teenager, but loved to laugh about as an adult. Sarah passed away 3 years ago from cancer, but this story takes place about 7 years before that, when she was still healthy and living alone in the house she and Sonny had shared. It was the dead of winter in upstate New York where we live. We'd gotten slammed with about a foot of snow overnight, and more was still coming down. I remember going to bed that night, watching the snow pile up on the windowsill outside our bedroom. That night, I had one of those dreams that feels incredibly real. You know the kind, where you're not floating around or doing impossible things, but just existing in what feels like a slightly altered reality. In this dream, I was sitting in Sarah's living room. The funny thing is, the room was exactly right. The faded green couch, the collection of ceramic frogs she kept on the mantel, even the burn mark on the coffee table from when my husband set a hot pan down without a trivet years ago. There were people in the room I didn't recognize, maybe 4 or 5 of them, all sitting in a circle. Everyone was passing around a bowl, smoking and laughing. Nothing weird about that. Like I said, Sarah and Sonny were known for this back in the day. In the dream, I was sitting on the couch when I realized the person next to me was Sonny. I recognized him immediately from all the photos, though he looked a bit younger than in most of the pictures I'd seen. He was wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and he had this really calm, peaceful expression. He passed me the bowl, which I took, even though I don't smoke in real life. And then he reached into his shirt pocket. "Give this to Sarah for me," he said, holding out his hand. His voice was soft but clear. In his palm was a small glass heart, about the size of a quarter. It was purple, not dark purple, but that soft lavender color that looks almost translucent. I took it from him and felt its weight. It was solid but light and warm from being in his pocket. "Okay, I will," I said, and closed my fingers around it. He just nodded and smiled, then turned back to the conversation happening across the room. The dream continued for a bit. Nothing remarkable, just people talking and laughing. And eventually, I woke up. I didn't think much about the dream when I first woke up. It was unusual, sure, but not scary or particularly meaningful. I mentioned it briefly to my husband while we were having coffee. "Hey, I had a dream about your dad last night, but didn't go into detail because we were running late. We had plans to pick up Sarah for her weekly errands. Since the snowfall, she couldn't drive her car down the steep hill from her house, so we'd been helping her out." Her house was about 20 minutes away and at a higher elevation, so by the time we got there, the snow was even deeper, close to 2 feet in some spots. No one had been to her place yet that day. The driveway was completely untouched, so my husband had to gun the engine a bit to get through the snow. We parked and trudged through the fresh snow from the driveway to her porch, leaving a single trail of footprints behind us. Sarah was ready to go, bundled up in her winter coat with a list of errands clutched in her hand. We helped her down the steps and were almost to the car when something caught my eye. There was a tiny spot of color right next to our tracks in the otherwise pristine snow. It stood out so sharply against the white that I stopped walking. "Hold on a second," I said, and bent down to see what it was. Sitting right on top of the snow was a small purple glass heart, the exact same one from my dream. I picked it up, and the sensation was identical to what I'd felt in the dream. Solid but light, smooth and slightly warm, despite having been, apparently, sitting in the snow. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what I was seeing. I'm not exaggerating when I say I felt like the ground had shifted under me. I held it out to show my husband. "Look at this," I said, and my voice sounded strange even to myself. He looked at the heart in my palm, and his face just drained of color. He knew. Somehow, he immediately knew this was significant. "What is it?" Sarah asked, looking between us. My husband turned to me. "You should give it to her," he said quietly, "like in your dream." I'd never told him the details of the dream. I'd never mentioned a purple heart or any message, but somehow he knew. I turned to Sarah, whose expression had changed from confused to something I couldn't quite read. A mix of anticipation and fear, maybe. "Your husband wanted me to give this to you," I said, holding out the heart. "Sonny asked me to in my dream last night." My husband quickly explained what I'd told him, about being in a room with Sonny, about him specifically asking me to give this to her. As he spoke, Sarah's eyes filled with tears. She reached out with trembling fingers and took the heart from my palm. "He's still around," she whispered, closing her fingers around the glass heart. I knew it. I felt him. We all stood there in the snow for a long moment. I kept looking at the spot where I'd found the heart. There were no other footprints anywhere near it. The snow was completely undisturbed, except for the single path we'd made from the car. There was no way anyone could have placed it there without leaving tracks. And even if they somehow had, how could they have known about my dream? How could they have known to place a purple glass heart, the exact object from my dream, right where I would notice it? The rest of the day passed in a blur. We did Sarah's errands, but none of us really talked about what had happened. It was too big, too unexplainable. I kept trying to come up with rational explanations, but nothing made sense. The heart hadn't fallen from anywhere. The nearest tree branch was at least 15 feet away, and there was nothing above that spot at all. It couldn't have been blown there by the wind. It was too heavy, and there was no wind that day anyway, and the fact that it matched my dream exactly, there was no explanation for that. Later that night, when we were driving home, my husband finally broke the silence. "There's something you should know," he said, keeping his eyes on the road. "My dad collected glass figurines. It was this private thing he did. Most people didn't know about it. He had maybe 20 or 30 pieces he'd picked up over the years. After he died, Mom kept them in a special cabinet in their bedroom." "Was there a purple heart among them?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "I never looked through them all. But the thing is, after he died, Mom said a few of the pieces went missing. She thought maybe someone had taken them during the funeral reception at the house, but she was never sure. She was pretty upset about it." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the winter cold. About a week later, we were at Sarah's house for dinner. She pulled me aside at one point and showed me an old wooden jewelry box I'd never seen before. "I want to show you something," she said, opening it. Inside, nestled among various pieces of jewelry, was the purple glass heart. "I've been carrying this with me everywhere since you found it," she told me. "It's like having a piece of him back. After Sarah passed away 3 years ago, we were cleaning out her house and found her wallet. Tucked inside, wrapped carefully in a small piece of tissue paper, was the purple heart. She had literally carried it with her everywhere for 7 years, just like she said she would. I still have no explanation for what happened that day. I've gone over it thousands of times in my mind. There's simply no logical way that heart could have appeared there, perfectly matching the one from my dream, with no footprints or disturbance in the snow around it. I'm not a religious person. I wasn't raised with any particular belief system about the afterlife, but that experience changed something in me. I don't know if it was Sonny's ghost or his spirit or just some cosmic thing I'll never understand, but I know what I saw, what I felt, what happened, and I know that to this day, I can't explain how a purple glass heart from my dream ended up sitting on 2 feet of untouched snow, waiting for me to find it and deliver a message from beyond. Story 18. I still don't have a rational explanation for what happened 10 years ago, and I'm not sure I ever will. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for some logical reason, but there just isn't one. I'm not normally the type to believe in the supernatural, but this experience shook me to my core. It was the middle of January, during one of those brutal Midwestern winters where the snow piles up so high it feels like you're driving through tunnels. My husband and I had our Thursday routine. We'd pick up my mother-in-law, Sarah, and take her grocery shopping and to her doctor appointments. She was in her 70s then and couldn't drive in the snow anymore. It made her too nervous. That Wednesday night I had this incredibly vivid dream. I rarely remember my dreams, but this one stayed with me like it had been burned into my memory. In the dream, I met my father-in-law, Sonny. What made this so strange was that I had never actually met him in real life. He had died of a heart attack about 3 years before my husband and I started dating. I'd seen photos of him, of course, heard stories about what a kind and gentle man he was. But that was it. In this dream, I was standing in what seemed like an empty space, with soft light all around. Sonny appeared in front of me, looking exactly like the photos I'd seen of him. Tall, with salt and pepper hair, and those same kind eyes my husband has. He didn't say much. He just smiled at me, reached out his hand and said, "Give this to Sarah for me." Then he placed something in my palm. A small purple glass heart, about the size of a quarter. It was beautiful with light reflecting through it. Then I woke up. I told my husband about the dream over breakfast. He seemed surprised, but just shrugged it off. "That's weird," he said. "Mom's favorite color is purple." That was it. We finished breakfast and got ready to pick up Sarah. The weather forecast had warned about heavy snowfall, and they weren't wrong. We woke up to almost 2 feet of fresh snow covering everything. Our street hadn't been plowed yet, so my husband spent almost an hour clearing our driveway enough to get the car out. The drive to Sarah's house took twice as long as usual. She lived alone in the same house where my husband had grown up, about 15 minutes outside of town. It was pretty isolated, with no close neighbors. When we finally pulled into her driveway, the snow was completely untouched. Not even animal tracks, just a perfect blanket of white. My husband parked as close to the house as he could, and we got out to shovel a path to her front porch. It was freezing cold, and our breath made clouds in the air as we worked. The snow was so deep it came up to my knees in some spots. We finally cleared a narrow path from the car to her front steps. I remember the sound our boots made crunching through that snow, that squeaky sound that only happens when it's really cold. We climbed the steps to her porch, and I knocked on the door while stamping my feet to get some feeling back in my toes. Sarah opened the door, smiling and fussing over us, coming out in such terrible weather. She was dressed and ready to go. wearing her purple wool coat that she'd had for as long as my husband could remember. After some quick hellos and hugs, we started back down the porch steps. I was going first, being careful not to slip on the icy steps. That's when I saw it. Right there, next to our freshly made path in the snow, was something purple. At first, I thought maybe it was a piece of trash, but then I got closer. My heart started racing when I realized what I was looking at. It was a small purple glass heart, exactly like the one from my dream. Exactly. It was just sitting there on top of the snow like someone had carefully placed it there. The snow around it was perfectly smooth and untouched. There were no footprints, no disturbance in the snow at all, except for the path we had just shoveled. I stopped dead in my tracks. My husband almost bumped into me from behind. "What's wrong?" he asked. I couldn't speak. I just pointed at the small purple heart, glinting in the winter sunlight. I finally found my voice and said, "Do you see that?" He leaned around me and looked where I was pointing. "What the hell?" he said quietly. He stepped off our path and trudged through the deep snow to reach it. He bent down, picked it up and held it in his gloved hand. His face went pale. "This isn't possible," he whispered, looking at me with wide eyes. "This just isn't possible." Sarah called from the porch. "What are you two doing? It's freezing out here." My husband looked at me, then at the heart in his hand, then back at me. "You need to give it to her," he said, his voice shaking. "Like in your dream, you need to give it to her." He pressed the purple heart into my palm. It was cold from sitting in the snow, but it warmed quickly in my hand. It was solid glass, smooth and perfectly shaped. Not some cheap plastic trinket. This was real glass, heavy for its size, with a beautiful deep purple color. We made our way back up to the porch where Sarah was waiting, looking confused. "What did you find out there?" she asked. My husband nudged me forward. My hand was trembling as I held out the small glass heart to her. "Sarah," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I had a dream last night about Sonny." Her eyebrows raised at the mention of his name. "He gave me this," I continued. "In my dream, he told me to give it to you." I opened my palm to show her the purple heart. Sarah's reaction is something I'll never forget as long as I live. She gasped and covered her mouth with both hands. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She reached out with trembling fingers and took the heart from my hand. "Where did you find this?" she whispered, staring at it. I explained how it had just been sitting there on the snow. My husband backed me up, describing how there were no other tracks or disturbances in the snow around it. Sarah clutched the heart to her chest and started sobbing. Not just a few tears, deep, body-shaking sobs. My husband put his arm around her, looking as confused and shaken as I felt. When she finally calmed down enough to speak, she looked up at us with tear-stained cheeks. "I always knew he was still with me," she said. "I always knew." We went back inside her house, the grocery trip forgotten. We sat at her kitchen table while she cradled that purple heart in her hands, like it was the most precious thing in the world. Then she told us the story. For their 20th anniversary, Sonny had given Sarah a purple glass heart, almost identical to this one. She had treasured it, kept it on her bedside table for years. But about a month before he died, she had accidentally knocked it off while dusting, and it had shattered on the hardwood floor. She said Sonny had promised to find her another one, but he never got the chance before his heart attack. "He kept his promise," she whispered, staring at the heart in her hands. "After all these years, he kept his promise. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. There's just no logical explanation for how that purple glass heart got there." Sarah's house was isolated, with no close neighbors. The snow was completely untouched, except for the path we had made. The heart was just sitting there on top of the snow, not buried under it, so it couldn't have been there before the snowfall. And how could it possibly match what I had seen in my dream? A dream about a man I'd never met. Sarah kept that heart with her constantly after that day. She carried it in her purse, wrapped in a handkerchief. Sometimes, when she thought no one was looking, I'd catch her holding it in her hand, smiling to herself. Sarah passed away 5 years ago, peacefully in her sleep. When my husband and I were going through her things, we found the purple heart in her wallet. It had been with her every day since that snowy morning. We decided to bury it with her. I've tried to rationalize what happened over the years. Maybe my husband had mentioned a purple glass heart at some point and I'd forgotten. Maybe Sarah had dropped it outside herself. But none of these explanations make sense. The snow was untouched. No one else had been to the house in days. And how would that explain my dream? 10 years later, I still don't have answers. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual, but that experience changed something in me. There are things in this world that we just can't explain, connections that go beyond what we can see or touch. That small purple heart on the snow is my proof. Story 19. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened to me as a kid. I don't talk about this much because people either think I'm making it up or that I'm crazy, but I swear on everything I care about that this all really happened. It started when I was 5. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see parts, like human body parts in my bed, arms, legs, even full bodies sometimes. I'd scream and my parents would come running, but by then whatever I saw was gone. My dad wasn't too shocked because weird stuff like this runs in his family. His grandmother used to talk to spirits, and his uncle claimed their old house was haunted. But my mom, she thought I was just having nightmares. "You watch too many scary cartoons," she'd say, even though I barely watched TV. The worst part was that I couldn't tell if I was awake or dreaming. It felt so real. I'd feel the weight of these things pressing down on my blankets. Sometimes I'd even feel cold spots where they were. But whenever I tried to touch them, my hand would go right through and then they'd just fade away. By the time I turned 7, things changed. Instead of random body parts, I started seeing this girl. I remember the first time so clearly. I woke up around 3 in the morning. I know because I could see my Barbie clock glowing in the dark. I felt like someone was watching me, and when I looked toward the corner of my room, there she was. She was beautiful in this eerie way, long black hair that hung down past her waist. She wore this flowing white dress that looked old-fashioned, like from a history book or something. At first, I only caught glimpses of her from the corner of my eye. I'd turned to look, and she'd be gone. But after a few weeks, she started staying longer. I slept in the top bunk of a bunk bed. My brother had the bottom, but later moved to his own room. From up there, I could only see her head as she approached. She would walk slowly across my room, coming closer and closer to my bed. I'd pull my blanket over my head, shaking, counting to 100, hoping she'd be gone when I peeked out. Sometimes she was, sometimes she wasn't. One night, I don't know what got into me, but I got brave. Maybe I was just tired of being scared all the time. When I saw her standing there, I whispered, "What's your name?" My voice was shaking so bad I could barely get the words out. I didn't expect her to answer, but she did. Her voice was soft, like a whisper, but clear enough that I could hear her say, "Elizabeth." That made her seem more real somehow, knowing her name. The next night when she appeared, I asked her why she kept coming to my room. But she just stared at me with these sad eyes and wouldn't answer. I asked her again the next night and the next, but she never told me. Then, after a few months, she just stopped showing up. I'd still wake up in the middle of the night expecting to see her, but my room was empty. I should have been relieved, but somehow I missed her. As scary as it was seeing a ghost in my room, I'd gotten used to Elizabeth being there. When I was 9, I started experiencing sleep paralysis. If you've never had it, it's absolutely terrifying. I'd wake up unable to move, like something heavy was sitting on my chest. I couldn't scream or call for help, and the whole time I'd feel this presence in the room with me. Not Elizabeth. Something darker, something that wanted to hurt me. This happened almost every night for months. I was exhausted all the time, afraid to go to sleep. My parents took me to a doctor who said it was just stress. They never saw what I saw, so they couldn't understand how real it was. The sleep paralysis eventually got better, happening only every few weeks instead of every night. When I was 11, my dad got a new job, and we moved from Texas to Virginia. I was kind of relieved, thinking maybe I'd leave all the weird stuff behind. Our new house was smaller but nice, in a quiet neighborhood with lots of kids my age. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I was exploring the area with some new friends. There was this small forest behind our neighborhood that we'd been warned not to go into alone, but of course that just made us want to check it out more. We went pretty deep into the woods and found this overgrown area that looked like it hadn't been visited in years. That's when we discovered the graves. Not a proper cemetery, just a small clearing with maybe 7 or 8 headstones, all old and weathered. Some were so worn you could barely read the names. It looked like a forgotten family plot, the kind people used to have on their property before public cemeteries were common. I remember walking between the graves, trying to make out the names and dates. Most were from the late 1800s. Then I came to one that made my blood freeze. The stone was cracked down the middle, covered in moss, but I could still read the name, Elizabeth. I can't explain the feeling that washed over me. It was like being doused in ice water. I just knew. This was my Elizabeth, the girl from my room back in Texas. I ran all the way home without explaining anything to my friends. They probably thought I was crazy. That night, I was terrified to go to bed. I kept my light on as long as I could, until my mum came in and made me turn it off. I lay there in the dark, staring at the corner of my new room, waiting. And sure enough, around midnight, there she was. But this Elizabeth was different. She wasn't the beautiful, sad-eyed girl I remembered. She looked burned. Her skin was blackened and peeling in places. Her once beautiful hair was frizzed and singed, like it had been caught in a fire. Her white dress was charred around the edges, and her eyes, they weren't sad anymore. They were angry. I was too terrified to speak. She didn't approach my bed this time. She just stood there, staring at me with those furious eyes. I pulled my blanket over my head and prayed for morning to come. The next night was the same, and the night after, but on the 4th night something different happened. I woke up around 11:30 to a strange feeling in the room. There was a glow coming from the foot of my bed. When I sat up, I saw another girl sitting there. She wasn't like Elizabeth at all. This girl had blonde hair and wore a flowing yellow dress. She looked solid, almost alive, not like the wispy apparition Elizabeth had become. She smiled at me and said, "Don't be afraid. My name is Lillian." I just stared at her, too shocked to respond. Before I could find my voice, I noticed a familiar chill in the corner of the room. Elizabeth was appearing, just like she had for the past few nights. As soon as Elizabeth fully materialized, Lillian stood up. "You need to leave," she said firmly. "Not to me, but to Elizabeth. You don't belong here anymore. You're scaring her." Elizabeth opened her mouth and let out this awful scream. Not like a human scream, more like the sound of wind howling through an empty building. Then she vanished. Lillian turned back to me. "She won't hurt you," she said. "But she's angry. She died unfairly and she's confused." Then Lillian disappeared too. This became the new pattern. Elizabeth would appear, looking burned and angry. And minutes later, Lillian would show up and make her leave. I never understood why Lillian was helping me or how she had power over Elizabeth. I was just grateful not to be alone with the burned girl anymore. Around this time, I started having these dreams about Elizabeth, but in the dreams, she wasn't burned. She was a little girl, maybe 8 or 9. She would try to pull me out of my bed, tugging on my hand, urging me to follow her outside. "I need to show you something," she'd say. "Please come with me." In the dreams, I'd sometimes follow her as far as my bedroom door before getting scared and rushing back to my bed. Each time, she'd look disappointed, even betrayed. "You need to see," she'd insist. "You need to understand." I never made it past the front door in those dreams. Something in me knew that if I followed her outside, I might not come back. When I turned 13, I got interested in spiritual stuff, not like religion, but crystals and energy and that kind of thing. I read online about sage cleansing and convinced my mom to buy me some sage bundles from a New Age shop in town. I told her it was for a school project. I waited until my parents went out one evening. Then I smudged my entire room, paying special attention to the corners where Elizabeth usually appeared. I remember feeling kind of silly, but also desperate. I was tired of being afraid in my own room. That night, for the first time in years, I slept without interruption. No Elizabeth, no Lillian, no sleep paralysis. It was the best night's sleep I'd had since I was 5 years old. A few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me, and I went back to those graves in the woods. This time, I went alone, and I took my time reading all the stones carefully. That's when I discovered something I'd missed before. All the people buried there, a whole family, had died on the same day in 1892. Later, research at the library revealed there had been a house fire that killed everyone inside. Elizabeth had died in a fire. That's why she appeared burned. I'm 22 now, and I haven't seen Elizabeth in my room since that night I saged it. But I swear I still catch glimpses of her sometimes in crowded places. A shopping mall, a movie theater, a busy street. Just a flash of a girl with long black hair in a white dress, always at the edge of my vision. When I turn to look directly, she's gone. Lillian disappeared completely after that night. Sometimes I still feel a warm presence near me when I'm scared or upset, and I like to think it's her, still watching out for me, but I never see her anymore. I still don't know why Elizabeth came to me in the first place, or what she wanted to show me in those dreams. Some questions don't have answers, I guess, but I know what I saw was real, and nothing will ever convince me otherwise. Story 20. It started when I was a child in Honduras. My grandmother was deeply into the occult, especially Ouija boards. She'd bring one out during family gatherings, and while the adults thought it was just harmless fun, I always felt this heaviness in the air whenever she used it. Looking back, I'm convinced she opened something in our house that never fully closed. My aunt passed away when I was around 11. She was young, only 34, and died from complications after a routine surgery. The thing that haunts me is how angry she was before she died. She and my grandmother had this massive fight the week before her surgery, and they never got to make amends. I remember hearing my aunt scream that she'd never forgive her, and those were practically the last words they exchanged. About a month after her funeral, I had this dream that felt more real than any dream I'd ever had. My aunt was standing at the foot of my grandmother's bed, just staring at her. She wasn't saying anything, just staring with this intense look on her face. I woke up in a cold sweat and couldn't go back to sleep. I didn't think much of it until 3 days later when my grandmother suddenly became very ill. The last thing she said before she died was, "She's here, Marta is here." Marta was my aunt's name. My grandmother died literally minutes after saying this. I was 13 at the time, and it shook me to my core. For years after that, I tried to convince myself it was just coincidence, that grief makes us see connections that aren't there. But deep down, I knew better. Fast forward to adulthood. I moved to the States, got married, had a daughter, got divorced, normal life stuff. But the dreams never stopped. They've actually gotten worse over the years. I'll dream of my grandmother, my aunt, and other relatives who have passed on. In the dreams, they're trying to tell me something, but their voices sound like they're underwater, and I can never quite make out what they're saying. Last week, I woke up at exactly 3:14 in the morning. My rosary, which I always wear to bed wrapped around my wrist, had somehow fallen off and was arranged in a perfect circle on my nightstand. I know I didn't do that. I'm a heavy sleeper, and I don't sleepwalk. But let me tell you about my house. 4 years ago, after my divorce, I bought what I thought was my dream home, this gorgeous Victorian right on the water. It was slightly above my budget, but the price had been reduced so much that I couldn't pass it up. The realtor kept emphasizing what a unique opportunity it was, which should have been my first red flag. The first few months were peaceful. I was busy renovating and making the place my own. My daughter spent weekends with me, and we were both excited about the new place. Then things started happening that I couldn't explain. It started with small things. I'd put my keys down and find them in a different spot. I'd wake up to find all the cabinet doors in the kitchen wide open. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was alone downstairs. I tried to rationalize it all. Old houses settle. I was forgetful due to stress. The wind was causing strange noises. Then one night, my daughter, who was 8 at the time, came running into my room, terrified. She said she heard a man's voice in her room telling her to "Shut your mouth, little lady." I searched the entire house, checked all the windows and doors, but found nothing. I ended up letting her sleep with me that night, and the next morning I convinced myself she had just had a nightmare. But the incidents kept escalating. I started seeing orbs of light floating in the hallway. I'd capture them on my phone camera, but when I showed friends, they'd just say it was dust or a lens flare. The walls would knock during arguments, like the house itself was responding to heightened emotions. Once, during a particularly heated phone call with my ex, every single light in the house flickered on and off for nearly a minute. I finally broke down and talked to my neighbor, an elderly woman who'd lived next door for over 40 years. What she told me made my blood run cold. Apparently, there had been a horrible murder in my house about 25 years ago. A man had killed his wife and then himself in what is now my bedroom. The house had sat empty for nearly a decade after that, before a family bought it, renovated it, and then suddenly left after only 2 years, leaving behind furniture and personal belongings. The realtor never disclosed any of this to me. After learning this, I started noticing more specific patterns to the activity. The knocking was always 3 distinct knocks, followed by silence. The temperature would drop dramatically in certain rooms, particularly my bedroom and the upstairs bathroom. My daughter started refusing to stay over, saying the house didn't like her. I considered selling, but the housing market had taken a dive, and I couldn't afford to take the loss. Plus, part of me was curious. If my grandmother had indeed opened some kind of door to the other side, maybe I had inherited some sensitivity to it. I decided to explore the house more thoroughly. There was this one part of the basement I'd never really checked out because it was behind some old shelving units. I moved them aside and discovered a small door about 4 feet high. It led to what looked like an old root cellar. The space was tiny, maybe 8 by 8 feet, with a dirt floor and walls lined with stones. In the center of the dirt floor was a circular arrangement of small white stones. I didn't touch anything, but I took pictures and later researched it. Some websites suggested it might be some kind of protection circle or ritual space. The activity seemed to intensify after I discovered the cellar. Objects wouldn't just move, they'd fly across the room. I'd hear my name being whispered when I was alone. The knocking became so loud it sounded like someone was trying to break through the walls. Then came the night that changed everything. My daughter was at her dad's, and I was alone in the house. I'd gone to the garage to get something from my car when the door between the garage and the house slammed shut. The handle wouldn't turn. It was like someone was holding it from the other side. I was trapped. I called for help, but nobody could hear me. My phone was in the house. The temperature in the garage dropped so quickly I could see my breath, and then I felt it, this whooshing sensation, like all the air was being sucked out of the room. I couldn't breathe. There was this pressure on my throat, not like someone was choking me, but like the air itself was constricting around my neck. And then I heard a voice. It wasn't out loud, but in my head, clear as day. It said, You need to let go. In that moment, I thought I was going to die. I panicked and threw myself against the door, desperate to get back into the house. And here's the part I still can't explain. The doorknob, which was made of solid steel, came off in my hand. Not just came loose, but completely separated from the door, as if it had been made of paper. I'm not particularly strong, and there's no way I should have been able to do that. I stumbled into the house, gasping for air. The pressure on my throat instantly released. I collapsed on the kitchen floor, clutching the doorknob, and just sobbed. When I finally calmed down enough to stand up, I noticed something strange, a sense of peace I hadn't felt in years. It was like something had been lifted from me. The next day, I had this overwhelming urge to call my ex and apologize for some of the bitterness I'd been holding on to since our divorce. We had the most civil conversation we'd had in years. That night I slept without nightmares for the first time in months. The activity in the house has changed since that night. It hasn't stopped, but it feels different, less malevolent. Sometimes I'll come home to find fresh flowers arranged in a vase I don't remember filling. My daughter's room stays warm even when the heat isn't on. The knocking still happens, but it's gentler now, almost like a greeting. I've done some research on the previous owners and discovered that the man who lived here before the murder was known in the community as the Old Man, a retired fisherman who was apparently kind but reclusive. Sometimes I feel like he's the one who's been watching over the house all these years, trying to counteract the negative energy left by the tragedy that occurred here. I'm still processing what happened that night in the garage. Whatever force held me there seemed to be trying to help me heal from trauma I didn't even realize I was carrying. I've started to think of the presence, or at least one of the presences, as benevolent, maybe even protective. But I still wear my rosary every night. I still say prayers before bed, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I talk to the Old Man, thanking him for whatever intervention happened that night, for whatever healing began. I don't have any explanation for any of this. I don't know if my grandmother's Ouija board opened something up in me, or if I just happened to buy a house with a complex spiritual history. All I know is that something impossible happened, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. If anyone has experienced anything similar, please let me know. I need to understand why this is happening to me. Story 21. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. Not because I don't think people would believe me, honestly I don't care about that anymore, but because talking about it makes it feel more real, like acknowledging it might somehow give it more power. But I need to tell someone who might understand what I'm experiencing, because it's getting worse. It all started during my junior year of high school. I was going through a weird phase where I was obsessed with paranormal stuff. I'd spend hours watching ghost hunting shows and reading about hauntings online. My parents hated it, especially my mom, who's pretty religious, but they chalked it up to typical teenage rebellion. I started collecting these creepy vintage dolls I'd find at thrift stores and flea markets. I had about 7 of them displayed on my dresser. There was this one porcelain doll with a cracked face that I was particularly drawn to. The lady who sold it to me said it came from an estate sale of an old woman who had no family. Something about that doll felt different from the moment I brought it home. One night, my friend Katie came over, and we decided to try using a homemade Ouija board. Super cliché, I know. We made one from cardboard and used a shot glass as a planchette. Nothing happened during our session except for Katie freaking herself out, and we both laughed it off. That night, though, was when everything changed. I woke up around 3 in the morning, completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even scream. There was this immense pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. The worst part was that I could see my room perfectly. The moonlight coming through my window, my collection of dolls on the dresser, but there was this presence. I couldn't see anything solid, just this dense shadow hovering near the foot of my bed. I tried to scream, to move, anything, but I was completely frozen. After what felt like forever, I finally managed to jerk awake, drenched in sweat and breathing like I'd run a marathon. I convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis. I'd read about it before, and the symptoms matched up. But the next morning, I noticed something strange on my mirror. This weird, clear slime dripping down from the top edge. It wasn't much, just a small trail about the length of my finger, but it was definitely not there the night before. I wiped it away and didn't think much about it, but then it happened again the next night. Another episode of sleep paralysis, another trail of slime on my mirror in the morning, and now there was some on my TV screen too. After about a week of this, I noticed something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. There were handprints at the top of my mirror. Not normal-sized handprints. These were huge, with impossibly long, skinny fingers. The top of my mirror was about 7 feet from the ground, and these prints were stretched across the very top edge. I'm 5'6", and even standing on a chair, I could barely reach up there. These prints looked like they belonged to hands at least twice the size of mine, with fingers that were unnaturally thin and long. I cleaned them off, feeling sick to my stomach. I didn't tell my parents because I didn't want them to think I was making it up or doing it myself for attention. That same day, the banging started. It would happen at random times, 3 distinct knocks on the wall behind my bed, sometimes during the day, sometimes at night. My dad checked the pipes, thinking it might be plumbing issues, but found nothing wrong. My mum suggested it might be the house settling or branches hitting the side of the house, but there weren't any trees close enough to touch our walls. The sleep paralysis got worse. In one episode, I felt something tugging at my blankets, slowly pulling them down from my feet up to my waist. I could feel cold air on my legs, but still couldn't move. In another, I heard whispering directly in my ear, not words I could understand, just this constant hushed muttering that seemed to be in multiple voices, all talking over each other. I finally got rid of the dolls, packed them all up and donated them back to the thrift store. The handprints and slime stopped immediately, but the sleep paralysis and the knocking continued for months. By the time I graduated high school, things had calmed down a bit. I still had occasional episodes of sleep paralysis, but nothing as intense as before. When I moved away to college, I was relieved. I thought whatever had attached itself to me or my room was finally gone. For the first semester, everything was normal. I had a roommate, lived in a crowded dorm, and felt safe. Then, halfway through my second semester, it started again, but different this time. I was walking up the stairs in the library late one night. The building was mostly empty since it was close to closing time. I was about halfway up when I heard footsteps running up behind me, like someone was taking the stairs 2 at a time. I stepped to the side to let them pass, but when I turned to look, there was no one there. The footsteps stopped the moment I turned around. I stood there for a solid minute, heart pounding, before continuing up the stairs. The moment I started moving again, the footsteps resumed, right behind me. I sprinted up the remaining stairs and didn't hear them again that night. After that, it became a regular occurrence. Any time I was alone on stairs, in the dorm building, the academic halls, anywhere, I would hear someone running up behind me. Never walking, always running, and always stopping when I turned to look. The sleep paralysis came back with a vengeance. In my dorm room, I would wake up paralyzed and see a dark figure standing in the corner of the room. My roommate never saw or heard anything unusual, and I never told her what I was experiencing. I was afraid she'd request a room change, and being alone was the last thing I wanted. During one particularly bad episode, the figure approached my bed. It moved in this jerky, unnatural way, like someone had filmed a person walking and removed every other frame. It leaned down over me, and though I couldn't make out a face in the darkness, I felt it studying me. I could feel its breath on my face. It smelled like damp earth and something metallic, like old pennies. I dropped out after that semester, told my parents it was because I wanted to change my major and would restart at a community college. The truth was, I couldn't handle being there anymore. Every night was torture, every trip up the stairs was terrifying. I moved back in with my parents, but insisted on taking a different bedroom. Not my old one. I thought maybe the change would help. For a while it did. The sleep paralysis became less frequent, and there were no more footsteps following me. But then the dreams started. These weren't paralysis episodes. They were vivid dreams about people I knew who had died. My grandmother, who passed when I was 12. My childhood friend who died in a car accident when we were 15. My uncle who had a heart attack 2 years ago. In these dreams, they would all tell me the same thing, that I needed to be careful about who I trusted, that some of my friends weren't who they claimed to be. They kept saying I needed to make things right with God before time ran out. Each dream ended the same way. They would look over my shoulder, their faces would fill with terror, and I would wake up. I started sleeping with the lights on after the third dream like this. It didn't help. If anything, things escalated. About 2 weeks ago, I was walking down the hallway to the bathroom in the middle of the night. The hall light was on, as always. I haven't walked in complete darkness in years. I was about halfway down the hall when the light seemed to dim around me. It wasn't like the bulb was failing. It was more like darkness was gathering around me specifically, like I was surrounded by a black fog that moved with me. The areas ahead of and behind me were still normally lit, but I was in this pocket of shadow. I ran to the bathroom and locked the door, sitting on the edge of the tub until morning. 3 nights ago, I saw it clearly for the first time. I was heading back to my room after getting a glass of water from the kitchen. As I approached the hallway, I saw something standing at the far end, not a vague shadow or a trick of the light, a distinctly human-shaped figure made of darkness. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with those same unnaturally long limbs I'd seen evidence of years ago on my mirror. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I couldn't see eyes, but I knew it was looking directly at me. I felt its attention like a physical weight. I backed away slowly into the living room and slept on the couch with all the lights on. In the morning, I tried to tell my mom what I'd seen, but she just suggested I see a doctor about my night terrors and maybe cut back on caffeine. Last night I heard the 3 knocks again, not on the wall this time, but on my bedroom door. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, the hallway was empty, but the air felt different, heavier, colder, like something had just been there moments before. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants from me. All I know is that it's been following me for years across different places, and it's getting bolder. The manifestations are becoming more direct, more threatening. It's not just sleep paralysis or strange noises anymore. It's showing itself to me when I'm fully awake. I'm typing this from my room right now with every light on, but it doesn't feel like enough anymore. I just heard the 3 knocks again, this time on my window. I'm on the 2nd floor. Story 22. I still can't explain what happened to me when I was 9, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some memories are better left buried, but this one keeps scratching its way back to the surface. I've never told many people about this, just my parents, who didn't believe me, and a therapist years later who suggested it was just childhood imagination. But I know what I saw. Our church was this massive old stone building that had been around since the 1750s. It was the kind of place that seemed to have its own presence. High vaulted ceilings, stained glass that created these eerie colored patterns on the floor when the sun hit just right, and wooden pews worn smooth from hundreds of years of people sitting in them. The basement was a whole different world, colder, darker, with lower ceilings and this musty smell that never quite went away, no matter how much they cleaned. Down there we had the fellowship hall where we'd have potlucks, a small kitchen, the youth group room where we'd hang out for Sunday school, and this tiny prayer room tucked away at the end of a long, dark hallway. That prayer room was barely bigger than a closet. just enough space for a single wooden pew and a small altar with a Bible. The only light came from a narrow window high up on the wall that let in just enough sunlight to see during the day. Kids would always talk about how the prayer room was haunted. You know how it goes. Someone's older brother claimed they saw something, then someone else said they heard weird noises, and suddenly it's this whole thing. I never paid much attention to it. Ghost stories were just something older kids made up to scare the younger ones. At least that's what I thought back then. One Sunday after service, I was helping my mom set up for coffee hour, but really, I was just trying to snag extra cookies before anyone else got them. Pastor Miller caught me red-handed with chocolate chip crumbs all over my face, but instead of telling on me, he just laughed and sat down next to me. Pastor Miller wasn't like other adults. He never talked down to kids, and he always had this way of making you feel like what you had to say was important. He was in his 70s, with this thick white hair and glasses that were always sliding down his nose. To me, he was like the grandfather I never had. "You know," I said, feeling brave after getting away with the cookie theft, "the other kids say there's a ghost in the prayer room downstairs. Is that true?" I expected him to laugh it off or tell me not to listen to silly stories, but instead he got this strange look on his face. Not scared exactly, but serious in a way that made my stomach tighten. "Well," he said slowly, adjusting those glasses of his, "I'm not one to spread rumors, but I will tell you something I've never told anyone else." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "One evening I was down there late, locking up after a meeting. I thought I saw someone sitting in the prayer room through that little window in the door. Just the outline of a person, really. I called out, thinking someone from the congregation had stayed behind. When no one answered, I went to check, but when I opened the door, there was no one there." "Were you scared?" I asked, my eyes wide. He shook his head. "No, not really. Whatever, or whoever. It seemed peaceful. Just kneeling there in prayer. I figured if a spirit chooses to spend eternity in prayer, it must be a good soul." That should have been comforting, but it wasn't. It confirmed what the other kids had been saying all along. There was something in that prayer room. About 3 weeks later, our church had a lock-in. If you've never been to one, it's basically where kids and a few brave adult chaperones stay overnight at the church. We'd play games, watch movies, eat way too much pizza, and eventually crash on sleeping bags scattered around the youth room floor. That night, after everyone had finally fallen asleep around 1 in the morning, I laid awake staring at the ceiling. The youth room was dimly lit by a small nightlight in the corner, casting weird shadows across the faces of my sleeping friends. Mrs. Peterson, one of the chaperones, was snoring softly from her position by the door. I'm not sure exactly what made me decide to do it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was that stupid need to prove yourself that kids have. Whatever it was, I knew this was my chance to check out the prayer room for myself. If anyone asked, I could just say I was going to the bathroom. Carefully, I slipped out of my sleeping bag and tiptoed around the sprawled bodies of my friends. Mrs. Peterson didn't even stir as I quietly eased the door open just enough to slip through. The hallway was pitch black. The kind of darkness that seems solid, like you could reach out and touch it. The church had these old fluorescent lights that made a buzzing sound when they were on, but at night, with everything shut down, the silence was just as heavy as the darkness. I stood frozen for a minute, letting my eyes adjust. I hadn't thought to bring a flashlight, which now seemed incredibly stupid. The bathroom was just a few doors down, but the prayer room was at the very end of the hallway, a good 30 feet away. Taking a deep breath, I started walking, running my hand along the wall to guide myself. The cinder-block walls felt cold and rough under my fingertips. Each step echoed slightly, no matter how carefully I tried to walk. My heart was already racing, but I kept telling myself I was being silly. There was nothing to be afraid of. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it might be the building settling, or maybe even the wind outside, but as I got closer to the prayer room, it became clearer. Whispering, soft, indistinct whispering, like someone reciting something over and over again. I froze. The logical part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe one of the other kids had the same idea I did. Maybe it was coming from outside. Maybe it was just the pipes or the heating system. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. I should have turned around right then. Everything in me was screaming to run back to the safety of the youth room, but I didn't. Instead, I took another step forward and another, drawn toward that sound like a moth to flame. The whispering grew louder as I approached the prayer room door. It wasn't in English, at least I don't think it was. The cadence was weird, rhythmic, but not quite like normal speech. It reminded me of when Pastor Miller would say those Latin phrases, sometimes during special services. The door to the prayer room had this small square window set at about eye level. For an adult, I was just tall enough that if I stood on my tiptoes, I could see through it. A faint glow came from inside, not bright like electric light, but a soft, bluish illumination that seemed to pulse slightly. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob and tried to turn it. It was locked. Relief washed over me for a split second, a perfect excuse to turn back. But curiosity overpowered my fear, and I raised myself up on my toes to peek through the window. What I saw will stay with me forever. Kneeling at the altar was a figure, not solid like a person, but not quite transparent either. It was like looking at someone through frosted glass, except the glass was clear and it was the person who was frosted. I could see the faint outline of the altar through their form. The bluish light seemed to be coming from within them rather than from any source in the room. The figure was wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes, not like colonial times or anything, but definitely not modern. Maybe from the early 1900s? It was hard to tell because everything about them was so indistinct. They were kneeling with their back to me, head bowed, hands clasped in prayer. As I watched, frozen in horror and fascination, the whispering grew louder. It was definitely coming from this person. The sound seemed to fill my head now, bypassing my ears entirely and vibrating inside my skull. That's when it happened. The whispering suddenly stopped mid-syllable. The figure's head began to turn slowly, deliberately. I didn't wait to see its face. Pure terror shot through me like electricity, and I jumped back from the door so hard I slammed into the opposite wall. For a few seconds I couldn't move, pinned against the wall by fear. The hallway was completely silent now. No whispering, nothing. Forcing myself to look again was the hardest thing I've ever done. I inched forward, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand, and peeked through the window again. The room was empty. The altar stood alone in the darkness. No figure, no bluish light, nothing. That's when the real panic set in. If it wasn't in the room anymore, where was it? Was it out here with me now, watching me from the darkness? I ran. I didn't care about making noise anymore. I sprinted down that hallway faster than I'd ever run before, convinced that at any moment I would feel cold hands grabbing me from behind. I burst into the youth room, slammed the door shut, and dove into my sleeping bag, pulling it over my head like that thin layer of fabric could protect me from whatever I'd just seen. Mrs. Peterson stirred and mumbled something about keeping it down, but she didn't fully wake up. None of the other kids did either. I was alone with what had just happened. I spent the rest of the night curled in a ball, my eyes wide open, staring at the dark outline of the sleeping bag fabric. Every sound, every shift of a sleeping kid, every creak of the old building sent fresh waves of terror through me. I was convinced that if I closed my eyes even for a second, I would open them to find that translucent figure standing over me. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first grey light of dawn finally filtered through the basement windows, I felt like I'd aged 10 years. My body ached from being tensed for so long, and my eyes burned from lack of sleep. I never told anyone at church what happened, not even Pastor Miller, especially not after what happened to him just 2 weeks later. He died suddenly of a heart attack. They found him in the church office, slumped over his desk. The really unsettling part? According to the church secretary, his last words were about needing to check on something in the prayer room. I've been to many churches since then, but I've never set foot in that one again. My parents thought I was being dramatic when I refused to go back, and eventually they switched to a different church just to avoid the weekly arguments. To this day, I don't know what I saw in that prayer room. Was it the ghost of someone who once attended the church? Some kind of angel, or something darker? The one thing I know for certain is that whatever was kneeling at that altar wasn't alive, at least not in the way we understand life. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, kneeling in prayer for all eternity, and sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night when I can't sleep, I swear I can hear that whispering again, just at the edge of my hearing. A prayer in a language no living person speaks anymore. Story 23. I've been putting off writing about this for over a decade now. Even typing these words makes my hands shake. What happened that night in 2012 has haunted me ever since, and I'm still not sure I can fully explain it. I was just 10 years old then, living with my parents in our old 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing about our home seemed unusual. It was just a normal suburban house with cream-colored walls and family photos hanging in the hallway. That particular night started with this weird feeling I couldn't shake. You know when you feel like someone's watching you? It was like that, but 10 times worse. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, but something felt off. The air in my room seemed heavier somehow. I kept tossing and turning, pulling my blanket up to my chin, even though it wasn't particularly cold. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway. My sister's room was directly across from the bathroom, about halfway down that same hall. She'd moved out for university a few months earlier, but my parents kept her room exactly the same. Her old posters still on the walls, her desk still cluttered with high school trophies and knickknacks. They always left her door halfway open, I guess hoping she'd come back to visit more often. I remember checking the clock on my nightstand repeatedly. 11 p.m. midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. My eyes were burning from being open so long, but every time I closed them, that feeling of being watched intensified. My chest felt tight, like someone was sitting on it. I kept telling myself I was being stupid, that I needed to just go to sleep. But my body wouldn't listen. Around 3 in the morning, I really had to pee, like really bad. I'd been holding it for hours because I was terrified to leave my room. The thought of walking down that dark hallway made my stomach twist into knots, but eventually I couldn't hold it anymore. I remember sliding out of bed as quietly as possible, like somehow making noise would attract something. I didn't even know what I was afraid of yet. My bare feet hit the cold hardwood floor, and I winced at every creak as I tiptoed to my bedroom door. I had this stupid, childish thought that if I moved slowly enough, whatever was watching me wouldn't notice. When I opened my door, the hallway was dark except for this faint bluish glow coming from the nightlight in the bathroom. That light created more shadows than it eliminated, making the hallway look longer and darker than it actually was. The door to my sister's room was in its usual position, half open, a rectangle of perfect blackness in the dim hallway. I scurried to the bathroom, keeping my eyes down, focusing just on getting there without looking anywhere else. The bathroom felt safe somehow, with its bright white tiles and familiar smell of my mom's lavender hand soap. I used the toilet, then washed my hands, letting the water run longer than necessary because I was dreading going back out into that hallway. Eventually, I turned off the faucet and dried my hands on the towel hanging next to the sink. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. I was being ridiculous. I was 10, not 5. There was nothing to be afraid of. I opened the bathroom door and stepped back into the hallway, and that's when it happened. I don't know why I looked. Some weird compulsion made me turn my head toward my sister's room as I passed by. It was like something was pulling my gaze there, forcing me to look inside. The room should have been empty. Just my sister's bed with its purple comforter, her desk, her bookshelf, but it wasn't empty. Standing in the darkness was something. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like my mind was trying to protect me by not fully recognizing the thing in front of me. But then my eyes adjusted and I saw it clearly. It was tall. So tall, its head nearly touched the ceiling. Must have been 7 feet at least. Its body was shaped like a man's, but wrong somehow. Too thin, too still. But its head, God, its head wasn't human at all. It had these massive curved horns coming out of its skull, like a ram's horns, but bigger, darker. Its face was partially hidden in shadow, but I could make out these empty black eyes staring directly at me. Its legs weren't right either. They bent backward at the knee, like a goat's legs, and ended in what looked like hooves, though I couldn't see them clearly in the darkness. But the worst part, the part that still makes me wake up screaming sometimes, were its hands. They were huge, with long spindly fingers that ended in sharp black nails, and one of those hands was moving, slowly raising up toward me in this mocking wave, like it was saying hello, like it knew me. The way it was waving wasn't friendly. It was taunting me, playing with me, like a cat that's caught a mouse but isn't ready to kill it yet. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my body respond. It was like I was frozen in place, forced to stare into those horrible black eyes. Have you ever looked at something and just known it was evil? Not like, oh, that person seems mean kind of evil. I'm talking about primordial, ancient evil, something so fundamentally wrong that your entire body rejects it. That's what I felt looking at this thing. Pure evil. And worse, I felt like it had come specifically for me. Like it had been waiting for me, maybe for years, and now it had finally found me. The air around it seemed darker somehow, like it was sucking the light out of the room. And there was this smell, like burnt matches and something rotting. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. I couldn't hear anything except my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The thing didn't make a sound, not a breath, not a movement except for that horrible waving hand. Then something in me snapped. Some primal survival instinct kicked in, and suddenly I could move again. I didn't think. I just ran. I bolted back to my room, slammed the door shut, and dove under my covers. I was hyperventilating, my whole body shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I expected at any moment to hear footsteps coming down the hall, to see my door slowly opening, to feel those long black fingers wrapping around my ankle, but nothing came. I stayed awake the entire rest of the night, sitting up in bed with my back against the wall, staring at my bedroom door. I had this small Vatican cross hanging on my door. My grandmother had given it to me after her trip to Italy the year before. I'm not even that religious, but that night I prayed harder than I've ever prayed in my life. The sun eventually came up, and I heard my parents moving around downstairs, getting ready for work. The normal sounds of breakfast being made, coffee brewing. I was exhausted, but too terrified to close my eyes. When I finally worked up the courage to leave my room that morning, I peeked into my sister's room. It looked completely normal. Her bed was still made. Nothing was disturbed. There was no sign that anything had been in there. I never told my parents what I saw. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or worse, that they would believe me and we'd have to confront whatever that thing was. Instead, I begged to sleep in their room that night, claiming I'd had a nightmare. They let me, probably thinking it was just a phase. The next night, I insisted on keeping my bedroom light on. I also asked if we could close my sister's bedroom door completely. My mum looked at me kind of funny, but did it anyway. Nothing happened the next night, or the night after that, or any night since then. I'm 21 now, and I still can't explain what I saw. Was it a demon, a hallucination from sleep deprivation, some weird waking nightmare? I don't know. What I do know is that it felt real. More real than anything I've ever experienced. I've done research over the years, looking up demons with ram's heads and goat legs. I've found some similar descriptions in old texts about Baphomet or certain depictions of Satan, but nothing that exactly matches what I saw. Sometimes I almost convince myself it wasn't real, but then I remember those eyes, those hands, that feeling of pure evil, and I know what I saw was real. The strangest part is I've never had any other supernatural experiences. No ghost sightings, no poltergeist activity, nothing. Just that one night, that one creature standing in my sister's room. I still think about that cross on my door sometimes. Was that really what protected me, or did the thing in my sister's room simply not want me that night? Was it just toying with me? Is it still out there somewhere waiting? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. All I know is that evil is real. I've seen it with my own eyes, standing in my sister's dark bedroom, waving at me with those long black fingers. And no matter how many years pass, I'll never forget it. Story 24. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that's been happening in my house. Sometimes I wonder if I'm going crazy, but too many unexplainable things have happened for me to dismiss it all. I guess I should start from the beginning. I bought my house back in 2018. It's nothing fancy, just a small 2-story on Maple Lane with 3 bedrooms and a detached garage. The perfect size for me, my daughter, and my ex when we were still together. The first year or so was completely normal. No weird vibes, no strange occurrences, nothing that would make me think twice about our choice to move here. But early 2020 is when things started getting off. At first it was just the lights. They'd flicker at random times. Even after I changed all the bulbs and had an electrician check the wiring, he couldn't find anything wrong. Then doors started unlatching themselves. I'd close my daughter's bedroom door at night, and in the morning it would be wide open. Same with the bathroom door and the door to the basement. The thing that really freaked me out, though, was my daughter's toys. She had these battery-operated toys, you know, the ones that light up and make noise when you press a button. Well, they started going off on their own, and not just once or twice, several times a week. I'd be sitting in the living room, and suddenly I'd hear the tinny music of her toy piano coming from upstairs. When I went to check, the batteries would be sitting on her dresser, removed from the toy. My ex and I separated in late 2020. It wasn't because of the house. We had our own issues. But after he moved out, things escalated. It's stupid, but we started calling whatever was in the house Linda. It felt better to give it a name, made it seem less threatening somehow, like, oh, that's just Linda being Linda again. She seemed harmless enough. I actually found myself talking to her one night after a particularly frustrating day when the kitchen cabinets kept opening on their own. I stood in the middle of the kitchen and said, "Linda, I've had a really rough day. Could you please stop with the doors and the toys? You're freaking me out." And you know what? It worked. For a few weeks, everything was quiet. No flickering lights, no unlatched doors, no batteryless toys making noise. I thought maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, or maybe Linda had moved on. Then in the spring of 2021, my friend moved in with me for a few months while she was between apartments. After about a week, she asked me if I ever heard footsteps at night. I hadn't, but she swore she could hear someone pacing up and down the hallway outside her bedroom door between 2 and 3 in the morning, every single night. She said it sounded like bare feet on hardwood, a soft pat, 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 back and forth, back and forth. She moved out earlier than planned, said she couldn't sleep here. I didn't blame her. In 2022, I started dating this guy. Looking back, it was a toxic relationship from the start. but I was lonely, and he was charming when he wanted to be. The weird thing is, as our relationship deteriorated, so did the energy in the house. It was like the house was absorbing all the negativity between us. The air felt heavy, almost hard to breathe. And shadows. I started seeing shadows moving across rooms out of the corner of my eye, not just once or twice, multiple times a day. I remember one morning in particular. I woke up unable to move. Now, I've had sleep paralysis before, it runs in my family, but this was different. Usually it just feels like I'm frozen, maybe with a sense of dread. This time I was pinned to the bed. My boyfriend was asleep next to me, completely oblivious. But I could see something from the corner of my eye. It was a woman, at least I think it was a woman. She didn't have a face, just smooth, blank skin where her features should have been. Her hair was long and silver, not grey like an old person's, but actually silver, like metal, and her skin was chalk white, the kind of white that doesn't look human. She was wearing what looked like a black dress that seemed to move slightly, even though there was no breeze in the room. She climbed onto the bed, then onto me. I could feel the weight of her pressing down on my chest, squeezing the breath out of me. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't do anything but lie there and feel myself suffocating. I was panicking, thinking I was going to die right there with my boyfriend sleeping beside me. And then, for some reason, I still don't understand, I mentally screamed the name Anna. Not out loud, I couldn't speak, but in my mind I was screaming it. Anna! And just like that, the woman vanished. The weight lifted from my chest. I could move again. I sat up gasping for air, my heart racing so fast I thought it might explode. My boyfriend slept through the whole thing. When I told him about it the next morning, he laughed it off, said I'd had a nightmare. But it wasn't a nightmare. It was real, and I have no idea who Anna is or why I called out that name. After I finally broke things off with him, I cleansed the house. Sage, salt in the corners, the whole 9 yards. For a while, there was blessed silence. No flickering lights, no footsteps, no shadows. I started to relax, to believe that whatever had been here was gone. But Linda came back. Different this time. More interactive. I was working in the garage one afternoon while my daughter was napping upstairs. Suddenly I heard her crying out for me. "Mom! Mommy!" It was clear as day, coming from inside the house. I dropped what I was doing and ran inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Her bedroom door was closed, which was strange because I always leave it open during her naps. When I opened it, she was fast asleep, peaceful, hadn't made a sound. The kitchen became a hot spot of activity. If I left dishes in the sink overnight, I'd wake up to the sound of clattering, like someone was angrily washing them. But when I'd go check, nothing would be moved, just the noise. Last year, we decided to renovate the downstairs bathroom. When we tore down the wood paneling, we found something written on the drywall underneath. "Hi Linda," in what looked like red paint. The handwriting was childish, almost like a kid had written it. The contractor asked if I knew who Linda was. I said no, and I wasn't lying. My house was built in 1969, and I've looked into the history. No one associated with this house was ever named Linda, at least not that I could find. But the most disturbing thing is the mimicry. I'll hear a voice calling Mom from my daughter's room, but when I check on her, she's sound asleep. Or my daughter will ask me why I was talking to her from the hallway when I was downstairs the whole time. It's like whatever is in this house is learning our voices, using them to confuse us, maybe even trying to lure us. Recently, both my daughter and I have been feeling drained, like exhausted beyond normal tiredness. I've been nauseous in the mornings, and so has she. It doesn't matter what we eat or don't eat, how much sleep we get or don't get. We wake up feeling like something has been sitting on our chests all night. I started wearing a St. Christopher medallion my grandmother gave me years ago. I'm not particularly religious, but I was desperate for anything that might help, and strangely enough, it has. I feel lighter when I wear it, less drained. My daughter has one now too, and her nightmares have decreased. This isn't my first experience with a haunted place. I lived in an apartment in college that had some weird energy, but nothing like this. Something about this house feels old. Not just the structure, but whatever is in it and waiting. That's the feeling I get, like it's been waiting for something or someone, like it chose me specifically. And here's what really keeps me up at night. I don't think Linda is Linda at all. I think we named it that because it was easier to accept a harmless-sounding presence. But after that sleep paralysis episode, after seeing that faceless woman, I think we've been calling it by the wrong name all along. And I think it's getting angry about that. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move right now, and honestly, I'm afraid that if I tried to sell the house, whatever is here would make sure the sale fell through. It's like it wants us here, just us, alone with it. Tonight I'm sitting in my living room with all the lights on, typing this out, because I need someone to know what's happening here. My daughter is sleeping upstairs with her medallion and a nightlight, and I'm about to go check on her for the 5th time, because a few minutes ago I heard her voice calling me from the kitchen, even though I just watched her fall asleep.